Height does not win this, this is such a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
Oh, but he could even lose this. 98!
No, that's too much.
David, I don't know what to say.
I need a moment to recover from that.
This couldn't be right. Oh,
Whoa, Queen H1.
I'm out. I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow.
What a great move.
And then Rook takes G3 back. And the queen's trapped. That is one of the most amazing queen traps I've seen.
Oh,
Wait, B5. Oh my gosh. He's losing a piece. And look at him. He looks away. He can't believe it.
Oh my God. Nihal trying to give checks, but actually now the pawn is moving forward. The pawn cannot be stopped. Bishop D6.
Oh, you win the time!
He uses on time.
What did we just witness? I think that White's position is about to collapse.
Yeah, but he sacrifices again, but
Oh
it's not a
my
sacrifice.
God.
It's a double attack.
Welcome everyone to the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. We have an unmissable match for you this Monday morning, afternoon, wherever you are. I am so excited to be bringing you this match together with Women's International Master Anna-Maja Kazarian. Anna-Maja, I was going to say good morning, but then I caught myself. It's evening for you, so good evening. How excited are you for this just unforgettable JSCC matchup?
Good evening, everyone. Good morning, Danya. I'm very excited for this matchup. Today, we have a really exciting matchup. Like yesterday, I saw we had Kirill Shevchenko taking on in an amazing battle and advance in the next stage of this tournament. Today, we have another really exciting matchup. We have Pragg against Christopher Yu, and I'm really looking forward to this matchup. Both players are super strong in this, not just in this event, but also this time format. Let's have a look at the stats, Tanya.
Yeah, and on that note, don't be fooled by the I next to Christopher Yu's name, because he just got his final Grandmaster norm. Actually, in Charlotte, I was watching the game that he had to win in order to become a Grandmaster. So, of course, we're waiting for his title to become officially verified, but Christopher Yu is as much an IM as I am an opera singer. This guy is GM strength. In terms of the insights, Anna-Maja, losses by flag. Christopher's going to have to watch his clock a little bit. He's had trouble that in previous matches, but the accuracy is similar. And Christopher, he plays all the time. He's super, super experienced.
Absolutely. In this time format, we do have 1 second increment on every single move in all of the time controls. So that might be a little bit beneficial for Christopher Yu, but I'm curious to see how it's going to turn out for both players. We also have to know that Christopher Yu has played a phenomenal amount of games compared to Pragg. So I'm really looking forward to how this experience will turn out to be in the games. And we also have to look at the predictions. We have predictions presented by Smarter Chess, brought to you by chessgoals.com. Let's have a look at that. What do we see here, Danya?
Well, Pragg, obviously, the overall JSCC record leaves a lot to be desired, and he's going to be rearing to go, and he's going to be, trying as hard as he can to put a digit on the left side of that score. Christopher is 1-1, but Smarter Chess is predicting the narrowest of narrow wins by Christopher, 15-14. So if the match is going to be anything at all similar to what Smarter Chess is predicting, we are in for a doozy. And Smarter Chess is predicting a big win, Anamaya, in the bullet segment. What do you make of that?
Yeah, it's really interesting to see. We do know that Pragg recently won the Reykjavik Open, so he recently played an over-the-board tournament. I'm curious to see how his online chess is gonna turn out to be in this very short time format. But as you said, Smarter Chess is predicting a big lead there for Christopher Yu. So let's find out in just a bit how that's gonna be.
Absolutely. Well, the match will begin very shortly. But before we go on our final pre-match break, we would like to thank our main sponsor. The Susquehanna International Group, SIG, is one of the largest quantitative trading firms in the world. Using strategic games like chess and poker, SIG teaches new hires how to make positive expectancy decisions. SIG promotes a culture of reason, and gaming is a big part of that culture. Visit sig.com/chess to learn more and check out their open jobs. If you forget the website, it's always /chess. So pretty easy to remember. All right, well, we will make sure that the players are set and ready. We will go on our traditional pre-match break. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, the 5+1 portion of the JSCC match between Christopher and Pragg will begin. You are watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. Back with the start of the match in just a couple of moments.
Classified trading is a game really that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
Welcome back to the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. We are just about ready to start the match. First, let's take a quick look at the bracket, Anamaya. You can see here all sorts of mouthwatering matchups in the first round, and only a couple of them have been concluded. Whew. Look at
Yes. Yeah, Daya, the matches are absolutely stacked. We have an amazing field of junior players over here. Really looking forward to all of those matches. They're really exciting matchups. And yeah, which match is really like standing out for you at this moment?
Well, obviously, I mean, tomorrow Nihal is playing. I want to see what kind of form he's going to be in because he's got the biggest X on his back. Obviously, he's won this tournament more than once, but honestly, today's matchup, and I feel like I say this every time we have a JSCC matchup, but I actually don't. And today's matchup, I just get the feeling that it might be absolutely epic, kind of like a Wonder match, which literally came down to the last game.
Yeah, I think so too, absolutely. And we have so many more amazing matchups. And it's actually super, super sad that it's a single elimination bracket. So once someone loses the match, they are out. So yeah, we won't get to see them in this championship back.
Yeah, no, that's definitely sad, but a lot of these players will get many, many more chances. And we are waiting for the games to start. But let's focus on Christopher and Pragg. Anamaya, these names are going to be very familiar to the people in the chat. They've played so much on chess.com. Blitz tournaments, you mentioned that Pragg won Reykjavik. That must have given him a lot of confidence as they kick off the 5-minute portion.
Absolutely. Let's have a look. We start with knight of 3. We go into the Sicilian defense, the Alapin. What do you think of this choice?
Interesting choice early on by Pragg, sort of going away from mainstream theory. The Alapin is, yes, technically it's a sideline, but you know, it's so prominent and it has such a good reputation that I almost consider it to be one of the main lines.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a very solid opening against the Sicilian. And we see a capture now on d4. With which piece is Pragg going to take back? Because we also have to note that bishop takes a3 might be an issue. We're
thinking about the same thing, and Pragg is the first to settle into a think. Bishop takes d4, and a big moment for Christopher. Yeah, does he take this knight and give up his dark squared bishop? To be honest with you, that looks pretty good. Bishop takes a3 and knight c6. I'm not too worried about the dark squares here. And white's queenside looks really ugly after that.
Absolutely. In this position, I think if bishop takes a3, there's always queen a4 check, and you can capture the bishop back. So you don't ruin your pawn structure. But yeah, that's why I think Christopher went for knight c6 first. And let's see how Pragg is going to respond to that.
You're absolutely right. And that also hits the bishop. So, I mean, if Pragg moves back to e3, then I think, no, he will not play bishop a4. But he may play bishop takes a3. So bishop takes f6. We'll have a queen trade. Most likely there is queen e4 check if Christopher really wants to keep the queens on the board, but I don't see a need to. This looks completely fine for black, at least to me. Bishop c5, I don't know.
Yeah, I do see like a potential of this knight on c4 now because the dark squares are really vulnerable on black's side. So bishop c5 was almost, well, I wouldn't say forced, but very logical to play because knight b6 was a very annoying move. Now, how would you follow this up? Would you consider pushing that bishop away by playing b4?
Yeah, I would definitely consider b4. If you kind of want to bail this out, I would consider knight d6 check. We could get an opposite colored bishop position. And I would also consider, okay, so he goes for knight d6 check. I think Christopher's going to go king e7. And a very successful opening here for Christopher because he's definitely, I would maybe even take black Anamaya. And a lot of people I think would look at the pawn structure, say, wait a minute, what do you mean you would prefer black? But black has really well-placed pieces and potentially this nice idea of b5, b4. And these pawns are not that bad. Any Scandi player, Caro player worth their salt will know that this pawn structure isn't too bad. Ooh. Absolutely, yeah. Surprisingly, Christopher goes for the trade and yeah, doesn't have the bishop pair anymore. So that might be hurting a little bit because he had the bishop pair basically for this poor pawn structure. So now he's stuck with the poor pawn structure, but maybe he can use this in his favor as his center is pretty strong of his. Yeah, it's kind of hard to evaluate these positions because they can look ugly. But you mentioned that this center is actually pretty solid. Bishop e6 offering a trade of bishops. I definitely think it draws the likeliest result in game one early on, but there's plenty of chess left to be played in this endgame. Now another decision for Pragg. If he takes on e6, he does allow the extra option of f takes e6. a lot of times, okay, so he does. He didn't give you a chance to make the move.
Every time we're like questioning a line and then they just play it.
Yeah. Okay, so will we get trade of all 4 rooks down the D file? What do you think?
I think so. I think we're heading to a draw over here, a very simple and short draw. But we have a lot of chess today. This is the 5+1 portion that's going to last for 1.5 hours. So we are expecting a lot of fight. Yeah.
You didn't get the new rule change? If the first game ends in a draw, the match is over. That's it.
I didn't get that. Oh, that's very convenient. That's why they're moving on. We don't see rook trade again.
Right. They know about it. So Pragg is going to move his rook away to H1. I think, okay, H4. We might see B5. Now, the one thing is knight endgames can be really tricky because they might look like a dead draw, but sometimes they can be a lot more full of play than they might appear. So F5 by Christopher, I feel like Pragg is aiming at knight C4, but yeah, he is delaying the rook trade for the time being. Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. I wouldn't really know where White's play is going to be like because, yeah, you really want to control the D file with your rook. Yeah, it's really interesting. I think one of the ideas of White would be here to play B4, B5 and put some pressure on the queen side where they have an advantage, at least.
Agreed. And B4 could also be followed up with knight B3, knight C5 targeting Black's queen side pawns. And we have some pawn play here on the king side, H5. That's sort of typical endgame play. Although, after H4, that pawn does become a bit of a fixed weakness. I guess what Christopher's saying is that Pragg just can't attack it. And it can also be easily defended by the king.
Absolutely, yeah. There's a bit of a tension going on. Like once there's going to be an attack on the king side, White might be able to quickly rotate to the other side of the board and then start attacking there. So maybe there's potential here for Pragg to create weaknesses on the opponent's side and then start pinching on both sides. So, okay, he goes for B4 after all. Let's see how he follows this up. Will he involve the knight into the play and allow the rook trade to happen?
Yeah, and now for Christopher, will he play the move B5 to prevent further progress of White's pawn's progress? He did not go B5. He went rook C8. And now knight C4, and I think could be met with knight takes B4.
Looks like it, yeah. Knight B6. Rook
and
B7,
you just take all the pawns.
B7, yeah.
So knight B3 by
Knight B3
Pragg.
going to C5, probably.
Yeah, now of course there is B6 if Christopher wants it. And he plays it.
Does it, yes. So
Black
yeah, how do you break
here.
through here on the queen side? Because obviously you cannot push the C pawn, the B4 pawn will be lost. If you push the B5 pawn, yeah, where does the knight go actually?
So if B5, I think Black is AB, and now this weird looking move, knight A7.
Right,
When both
pawns are hanging. Yeah.
So that's one of the hardest things in these endgames is like knowing when to push the pawns. And Pragg goes king D3. Kind of an unspoken draw for, I think, rook D8 check, king C2. Christopher could repeat. But I almost feel like Black is probably the one playing. Maybe H4 and rook G8. Okay.
Yeah, and I agree with you. G2 could be a really unfortunate weakness for White here because, well, you can easily defend it with rook D2, but it's still something you need to look at and be careful with.
For sure. Rook D2, and I think that's why he plays that move.
Absolutely.
And the eval bar gives just the tiniest of tiny pulls to Black, but I really don't see in the long term how Black makes progress. I mean, you could play king F6. I promise I'm not saying progress deliberately. This is the only word you can use.
I like it, Daya. But yeah, despite like the better pawn structure of White, the engine is giving a small advantage here for Black. But it's really hard to see. Like you have a really nice center with those pawns, but you can't really push them and make progress.
Yeah, one idea that I sort of had earlier was to play like E4 check, F takes E4, knight E5 check, but that I don't think that works concretely because of not because of that. Oh my God, rook! Look at this! Oh, rook C4, rook E4 mate.
Oh wow, that's such a beautiful mate.
Nasty. That's nasty. But White can drop the king back to C2, and if you take E4, then there's rook E2, and you end up hurting yourself more than helping. That was a pretty nasty endgame mate, though. Oh, goodness.
I would honestly risk it.
Yeah, just for the opportunity to deliver that mate.
Absolutely. A5 has been played, putting pressure on that pawn on B4. Now, White has a decision. Do they take on A5 or do they push it forward? I think pushing forward is indeed a bit better because the knight on C6, it doesn't really have good places to go to.
Yeah, probably the only thing you can do is reroute it to D7. But the white knight is controlling C5. So you're going to get this standoff between the knights where neither knight wants to move. Black's knight doesn't want to move because it might allow white to play C4, C5. White's knight doesn't want to move because it'll allow black's knight to jump into C5. And I think we're going to see that. King C3.
Yeah, there you go. King C3. And it's good to note that Pragg is a little down on the clock. We're slowly moving towards the time trouble situation. The players still have 1 second of increment every single move, but yeah, they might have to take their decisions very quickly. And knight f6 is now being played, allowing C5.
Things are getting spicy, and apparently E4 first would have been a little bit more accurate, would have given black the advantage there. Knight D5 check. Okay, king drops back to B2. If you take C5, then white takes A5, and white gets connected passers. But if you don't take, then white could either take, or what's scary to me is play the move C5, C6.
Absolutely, yeah. The pawn on A5 is very loose. So how does Christopher Yu deal with this? What is the counter play here? Maybe we push E4 anyways.
Goes rook A8, but that's not a sign that he likes his position. Now he gives maybe Pragg control over the C file after rook C2. I feel like Christopher, that knight F6 move was a little troublesome, but Pragg down at 23 seconds. He does go for C6, but that pawn can be easily contained by the king. And now I think Christopher can switch to the king side.
Absolutely, yeah. The pawn C6 is very strong, but you can't really make progress with that pawn. The knight is covering that, the king is covering C7 square, and now we see E4 being pushed, and it seems like Christopher is pushing back slowly.
Yeah, he's got the pawn contained now. He's got his, but Pragg has the e-pawn contained, so it's anybody's game here. 13 seconds for Pragg. I'm most worried about his clock here, leading to some sort of a blunder. Christopher, he's ready to play E3. He's playing this for a win. Ooh.
G3, that's
wait, what if you take?
A bit premature, and yeah, rook takes G3 looks very logical. I'm not entirely sure.
I don't trust. I mean, what does that do exactly? C2, E3 maybe? Oh, this is getting tough for Pragg.
It's a bit complicated over here. Yeah, do you go forward? Do we go back? Okay, he goes forward instead.
Knight F4, great move covering. Now E2 is probably winning for black. Oh, rook
looks
G5,
like it.
rook
How
C5.
do you stop the pawn?
He goes to E5. He pushes the other pawn. But what does Pragg do with 4 seconds? I feel like Christopher's on the path to winning this one. E2.
Yeah, the position of the king is so good here of black. So the king is able to support that pawn really well. Rook G3 check coming in there. After king D2, there was rook D3 check.
Oh, rook G1, C7, and E1 queen. And you let white promote, but you skewer the queen. Or immediately.
Oh.
Wait.
Do you queen here? Oh, rook takes C2.
Rook takes F4. Oh, he made a knight accidentally. Oh my God. I've done that before. Oh my goodness,
that was a misclick.
I've done that exact thing before, Anima. I don't know why it happens, but oh my God, but he was lost already. That queen endgame was losing, but that's hilarious.
Yeah, still, you don't see it happen often, but yeah, it all happened to us at least once, and it's terrifying.
Now we can tell now we can tell everybody he underpromoted once in the match.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
There's some silver lining.
That was happen once.
I feel like the problem ultimately was that he mismanaged his time a little bit there. And Christopher is just so dangerous in these equal positions. He knows how to tighten the screws and how to put pressure. So the first game with the black pieces goes to Christopher. That's a big win, Anima. Setting the tone like that, it's a long match, but it's a big deal.
Absolutely, yeah. It looks so super drawish. We were already guessing it was going to end in a draw, but both players made the ending super exciting. All the cards were open, and yeah, the ending was really, really interesting. So yeah, that's a very big win. It's very nice to win the first game. It gives you a lot of confidence. So I'm curious to see how Pragg is going to deal with this. For now, he's looking like he's in his prep, whereas Christopher is spending quite some time here.
Yeah, we have a perk or a Pirtz, as some would remind me it is pronounced. And Christopher with a slightly odd setup. He has currently blocked the bishop, but generally I feel like white plays c3 and then knight f1, knight g3, kind of like a Rue Lopez. And then the bishop would come out to g5 at some point. Ooh, he takes on e5. Not the most ambitious setup, but this can be annoying for black and Amaya because the knight on c6 is blocking the pawn, and oftentimes black has issues with the d5 square.
Yeah, absolutely. Typically in these kind of structures, you want to push c6 and make sure that white doesn't really have access to those squares. But in this position with the knight on c6, it seems like white is going to be able to make use of the square at d5.
Yeah, white has an edge here. And notice that Christopher didn't take on f6 immediately. He wants to keep his bishop for the time being. You know, the move g6, g5 is often played. You often get g5 and knight h5. But first of all, this is a blunder, I think, because of bishop. No, I guess knight takes c5 is better. Ooh.
Yeah.
And then knight g3, knight c6.
Yes.
And you win a pawn in the end.
That looks like a sound tactic indeed.
So that's not doable. No, this is actually quite unpleasant for black. I've been in a lot of these positions because I played the King's Indian, sometimes the Perk. This is not fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I think like the pawn not being on c6 makes a big difference. Whenever I play this position with the white pieces, I always struggle to play against this. Once the pawn is on c6, it's like, where is the play? What do? You can't access d5. But now it looks pretty straightforward here.
Yeah, and that's why you sometimes see black players going knight b8 and then c6. But right now, that's not possible because the e5 pawn hangs. So I would very seriously consider just going for that d5 square, playing knight e3. And starting to wrap your tentacles around that square. Of course, black can play bishop e6 also. But for instance, knight e3, bishop e6 doesn't actually stop knight d5. And if you take, well, then you get problems with your e5 pawn. At least this has to be calculated. Knight e3 was
absolutely
played.
And there we go with queen f8, stepping out of the pin. And that's when Christopher decides to take on f6. Doesn't mind losing the pair of bishops because now the knight is on d5, a beautiful spot for the knight, dominating a lot of black's pieces. And there we see c3.
And that's a flex move. Like I can play that, but you can't. And if black tries to trade the knight, whoop, knight f6 check. Look at that fork in amongst the trees. And that's the problem when you move your bishop
unexpected. Away. Yeah, the bishop should stay on g7, absolutely.
Yeah, that's one awkward thing about Pragg's position. Bishop e6. So Christopher can continue putting pressure in a variety of ways, and that's a struggle for a lot of players. You know, like they get their knight to a great square. I also struggle with this. How do you keep the foot on the gas pedal? Like, what do you do now? Congrats, you have your knight on d5. Where to from here? You can move the queen away and make room for the rook. Lots of options. What catches? Ooh, I was gonna say what catches your eye. b4.
Okay, very ambitious. What I love seeing here is that Christopher is not considering c4 because you would automatically want to defend that knight on d5 much more with the pawns. But as you're pointing out, knight d4 will be very annoying for white. And yeah, that's why he sets up the pawns by playing c3 and b4.
Yeah, you just made a great point. Like c4 is so tempting for a lot of players because it looks so cool. You have the knight protected by two pawns, but always got to consider what squares are weakened when you push any pawn, really. Bishop c4, so he's supported the knight, but with a minor piece. And Pragg still can't go knight e7. You know what I would consider is king g7 here. Oh, wow, he played it.
There we go. Yeah, that seems like a very clean move. Also making sure that the h6 pawn is defended could be useful and at any point. And yeah, as you're pointing out, queen b3, rook d1 seems like an idea here for white.
Oh, look at that move, pinning the knight. He's not even allowing knight e7. Christopher's playing this like Karpov. I mean, he is just wrapping. It is a boa constrictor game.
Yeah, Pragg's pieces look a little bit awkward. What do you do against rook d1? The queen looks a bit awkward over there. Probably has to go back to f8 again.
Yeah, that's the only square. And after rook a1, you'll have to go to f8. He goes bishop d7. That's a good move, creating the potential for a discovery. So Christopher will probably end up moving his queen back. He does. And can Pragg now get away with knight e7? I'm not sure. Rook a d1 still looks very unpleasant. You might end up losing your e5 pawn.
Yeah, okay, he goes queen f8 anyways. The pieces look very cramped together. I'm really curious to see if Pragg can get out of this. But for now, it's not looking great for Pragg. Christopher is dominating this position. This knight on d5 is so strong, and there's nothing you can do about it.
There isn't, not at the moment. Yeah, you could try bishop g4 and then knight b8. He goes knight b8 immediately.
Wow.
And there's that idea that we mentioned. He needs to get rid of this knight because he can't breathe otherwise. I like this move. Knight b is a great move.
Yeah, that's a very unexpected move. It's super difficult to make a knight move backwards, especially back to his initial position. But he has a clear idea in mind, playing c6, and now the knight retreated to e3.
Yeah, Christopher retreated preemptively, and white is still better, no question about it. White can continue pressuring the queen side with like a4, a5. But I love the way that Pragg is defending here. The next challenge for him is to figure out how to redevelop the knight. I mean, you can't sit on b8 forever. So bishop c8 and knight d7 is, setting up for the next game. Ooh, Christopher continues to look for inroads to black's position. Bishop e6
looks logical, yeah.
And now knight d7.
Yeah, it seems like Pragg is slowly coming back, being able to develop like that. Is going to the right path. It's good to note that Pragg is up on the clock, and it's quite a big difference. So he's at least time-wise in a very comfortable spot, and you would not expect that from someone that is in such a cramped position.
Yeah, he has defended fast and accurately, which is the hardest combination, of course. And notice that Christopher has gone c4, but what Christopher is saying is that, well, black's knight cannot possibly reach the d4 square. Earlier, that knight was literally on c6, but Pragg tries to open up the queen side. Ooh, bishop c4 is nasty, threatening. Bishop takes c6 and rook takes d7. This is still really unpleasant for black.
Yeah, absolutely. You might want to consider trading the bishops, but then what do you do with the knight? Rook 88 is, I think, a very logical response to this, making sure that the knight is defended, because where does the knight go to? You don't want to go back to b8.
No, and white's knight, on the other hand, is a very clear path. Bishop e6, knight c4, knight d6. So Pragg, he tries to get rid of this b pawn. Okay, a trade. And I would even consider something. Okay, so no, he takes on b6. Will he play knight g4 at some point and try to go after the king side? I don't know about queen b3. It looks like his initiative is evaporating.
Yeah, the more pieces are being traded, the better for Pragg, obviously, because he will get more space for his pieces. What would you say about that bishop on f6? Would you want to trade that off, or would you want to keep it?
I wouldn't mind trading it for a knight if I'd offers it. But in terms of positioning it properly, well, I was going to say bishop e7, but now this pawn's going to disappear, potentially. b5. C takes b5. What Christopher is doing is going after black's minor pieces. He just wants to continue the pressure. Even without any queenside pawns, it's still unpleasant.
Yeah, but I'm guessing that Pragg has much better chances now, at least to equalize, well, make sure that it's not gonna go the wrong way again. Yeah, it's a bit difficult here for whites to actually find some play here. There's only pawns on one side of the board, and it seems like black is defending also really well over here.
This has been an excellent defensive performance by Pragg in a difficult position. This should be closer to equal than it's ever been in the game. Maybe a tiniest of tiny edges for white, but it shouldn't be enough to win.
Absolutely. He's down to 14 seconds. That's not a lot. It's also like really difficult to switch from like the 5+1 time control. Like you have 5 minutes on the clock, and then suddenly you have to speed up and you're stuck with the 1 second increment.
Yeah, it sounds like so much. It sounds like I'm never, usually they play 3 minute and 1 minute, but time pressure is a thing nonetheless. And if a rook trade happens, I think we might even have repetition. Right here, the good thing with Christopher's position is it's so easy to play, right? He's got no targets. He can just play really, really fast here.
Absolutely, yeah. It's very easy to play here. You can quickly make your moves and get some additional time on your clock. How little that is.
Right.
But yeah, it's very difficult to blunder here with the white pieces. And at the same time, black is just standing as well. The bishop is not able to do much. But yeah, there we go. We see a small repetition there. But Pragg is still trying.
No, but I wouldn't do anything ridiculous with black here because Christopher is a monster in time control pressure. But Pragg is playing for a win. 1 second. Oh, move. Oh, my God. He's really cutting it close.
Are you going to get a g5 at some point, you think? Okay, well, knight g5. This
Pragg,
stops
yeah,
it.
he might try f6, g5, something like that, but that's so risky though. Black would have to weaken his own king. I don't see. Oh,
I think he's going for it.
he might be
Okay,
queen c4 first. Ooh, attacking white's queen. Oh,
whoa!
Queen c. Wait. This has to lose. Queen c2. Queen c2 wins the knight. Queen c2 and bishop b4.
Wow! Queen e2 is the only way to defend that knight,
Pragg
and
is
queen
gonna
e1
win.
is the same problem.
Exactly, and the knight is lost. Oh my lands. What was knight d2 was a panicky move.
Absolutely, yeah. And suddenly the position fell apart.
Immediately, you lost the knight, and now he's got to escape the checks. Oh, but queen g8, it's not over yet. Queen b8. Oh, he has chances for a perpetual here. God, if Christopher saves this.
Well, then I don't know what will take him down.
Right. Okay, but Pragg is trying to get his king around to g7.
Okay, now it's consolidated. Absolutely. Yeah, that looked really scary.
It did. I mean, it finally gets his king to safety. Now, I think you should play probably even queen d4, queen takes f2 is winning. You just get into a winning pawn endgame. Even this is queen f2 is winning, but no need for that.
Yeah, he's not pushing one of the pawns yet. Okay, he goes for it and
It's
goes for the simple win.
Christopher's going to resign in just a couple of seconds here. Yeah, just taking king d3.
Yeah, that's winning.
What a game. What a recovery by Pragg to win that game. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, absolutely insane. What a defense. And it paid off so well.
And I just want to show really quickly as the next game is starting exactly what happened there. Why did Christopher panic? So if we bring up the live board and the analysis board, so here he was just moving back and forth, right? And here, I think he just saw that the f2 pawn was under pressure, but just when he won, and black has not made any progress. And you just play knight g1, knight f3, and there really is nothing. But instead, it goes knight d2, and it turns out that the queen simply has nowhere to go due to bishop e4. Pretty impressive.
Absolutely, yeah. What a tactic. Spotting that in just like with a couple of seconds left on the clock.
Christopher, he's got to sort of move on from that. Next game is underway. The score is 1-1 with right about a little less than half an hour having passed. And we've got a King's Indian here. Anima looks pretty pleasant for white at first sight. What do you make of this?
White has a lot of space here. C takes b6, and now the c6 pawn is a little bit vulnerable, but black can easily defend it with bishop b7. But I would say because of the amount of space that white has here, white is in a very comfortable position. Now plays b5, trying to put more pressure on that pawn on c6. And yeah, because of the amount of space, I think white is doing great. But I have to say, black is also able to develop the pieces well. That can maybe go to c5. We also can see if the pawn on c6 will either take on b5 or move forward to c5, so the bishop opens up. So I think both sides have a lot of opportunities here. But yeah, I would prefer to take the white pieces here.
Ooh, well, I'm a King's Indian player, so you know where my allegiances lie. Even if black is lost in a King's Indian, I still say that I prefer black. Do you play the King's Indian with black?
No, I don't. No, I play one d5, or I used to play a Nimzo for a little bit, but yeah, mainly d5.
No, I had a Nimzo phase that lasted about a year, and then I was like, nah, back to it. The problem with the King's Indian is it sucks you, and like once you play it, it's one of those things, you can't stop playing it. You're on the team.
True. Yeah. I heard the same kind of thing many times.
It's true. Bishop f8. Ooh, trading the King's Indian bishop. And trying to get that knight on d7 onto c5. That would be a pretty big step in the right direction for black. I agree with you that I feel like white is quite comfortable here. No weaknesses, a little space advantage. But how do you... in the last game, Christopher struggled with a position like this. Now it's Pragg's turn to try to put some pressure. I think it's closer to equal than to anything else.
I agree with that, absolutely. And it's really interesting to see here that typically when you have the bishop on g7, you want to keep that bishop because not only is it can it be a really strong piece later on in the game, but it's also a very good defender of the king. So once the dark square bishop disappears, there might be some vulnerabilities going on towards the king. So it's really interesting to see that Christopher was offering the trade and Pragg denied it. But I'm guessing that Pragg denied it for a simple reason that the bishop on b2 is putting more pressure than the bishop on f8 is.
Yeah, he wants to pressure the e5 pawn, but I also appreciate what you're saying here, because now Christopher has this x-ray against the white queen. He's got the threat of bishop takes f3, and this is why the King's Indian is such a good opening. It's very resilient. You might have a position, that looks nasty, looks unpleasant, and in the blink of an eye, all of a sudden you get this initiative. Now I like Black's position. He's gotten his knight to c5. He's gotten a little bit more space. And could he consider a move like queen g4 here? Maybe the simple rook d8. Lots of options here. Still equal, very, very equal. But Black is doing a little bit better now.
Yeah, both sides have something to do, like in this position at least, like a lot of space and stuff. But it's a bit hard to see what White's plan is now. Now you have a lot of space, you have a lot of possibilities, but what do you actually do? It seems to me that Black's plan is much more clear, but knight b3 is a bit surprising, going for the attack straight away.
Ooh, he's going for the queenside pieces. That's a pretty unconventional idea. He basically says, well, Pragg's bishop and knight are not very well protected. So White could drop the knight back to a2, for example. But obviously that's a little bit passive. And I wonder where the bishop is going to go after that move, because that also opens up an attack on the e5 pawn. So for instance, we can check out knight a2. Look at this idea. Bishop takes f3. And if queen takes f3, knight d2 with a fork and a discovery against the knight.
Yeah, that is pretty devastating. So good spot there.
Christopher, all that puzzle rush, and he, of course, is a noted puzzle rush expert, is coming in handy. I mean, his tactical vision is off the charts, and I can confirm that, having known him for so many years.
Absolutely, yeah. And also, like, you would want to put either the bishop or the knight on c5. I think like one of the best squares for bishop is either b4 or c5. So it's a bit difficult for the pieces to coordinate because you only have so little space for the pieces. And like, if you put your knight to c5, the bishop on b4 will be
hey, what about me
over there. Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Why are you getting all the good squares? You don't care about where I go? Yeah, Dvoretsky, I think, has a pretty famous like chapter about that, where he talks about two knights that both want to occupy the same square. I think he calls it superfluous knights. Like if you have knight on f6 and d6 and only one e4 square, not enough bedrooms, in the house.
It's the same energy.
Right. So now again, this question, like, what do you do now? Knight b1 is a nice move, very alert by Pragg, covering the d2 square. Bishop e4 runs into knight g5. And
it's
e5
very interesting to see so many pieces on the b file, and it's almost all of the minor pieces on the b file. It's very impressive.
Yeah, he does take an f3 anyway. What is his idea?
Okay.
Whoa.
Oh, he's taking it easy.
Rook a7. If he wants to play rook c2, he couldn't have done it on the move before because a8 was hanging.
Right.
And I guess he's saying that it's not so easy for Pragg to find a move. That's been a theme this game. Maybe just h3. When in doubt, just make some luft.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously you can't move the bishop on b5 because a4 pawn will drop. Because I was considering bishop d3 to cover c2 square. So how else would you defend from this? Are you just going to drop the queen back to e2?
Well, I'm trying to assess how dangerous rook c2 is, because it does allow rook d8 check, but how dangerous is that? I mean, just king g7. Maybe you have to go queen e2. Yeah, maybe you have to go. I like queen e2 a lot, actually. And he plays it. What about rook ac7?
Yeah, that's another problem you have to deal with, indeed, because I guess maybe now you can, bishop d3, then maybe you can play it, actually.
Bishop 8. Oh, rook c2
bishop
runs
a6
into
instead.
bishop takes. That's a nice way to defend. But now the bishop is a little vulnerable, so we could get a repetition, of course. And we get a 3-time repetition. I think Christopher should be happy with the draw here. We could also go queen f5.
I do feel like he wants to go for more because like the way that his pieces are placed, like he wants to go for more. He's like being aggressive in this game. So I think he will not be happy. Yeah, that too.
Yeah, the reason I'm skeptical is because he doesn't have the light squared bishop. And I just feel like these light squares could really cost him. But you're right. He goes knight e4. centralizing the knight and restricting its counterpart on b1 even further. And now supporting the knight with f5.
f5, yeah. That looks pretty convincing to me. Although you cannot really go too crazy on the king side, like with g5, g4, but I'm liking where this is going. Bishop d3 is putting pressure on that e4 knight. Yes, the a4 pawn is now also a target.
Somehow Pragg is I wouldn't say falling apart, but he might end up just losing a pawn. Bishop c2, knight takes a4. I guess he's got bishop takes e4. Trying to figure out. No, that seems fine for white because the rook on a will hang in the corner.
Right.
What is the move here? Just rook a c8, something calm? Or maybe
yeah,
g5,
it's a little
g4?
unclear. Again, like we see Pragg's position, like his pieces are cramped up again on the queen side a little bit. Very interesting to see that it's happening again.
But yeah, it's similar to the second game where Christopher ended up taking a lot of time trying to figure out how to make further progress. This is what he's doing now, is the time situation starting to equalize as he doubles his rooks on the c file. Pragg brings his queen back. And am I the light squares? I'm worried about this diagonal.
Yeah, I think we should consider moving the king at some point. For now, everything is fine. Knight on c5 is defending that square really well, but it might be something that you need to take care of in the near future.
Yeah, especially if this knight moves somewhere, which it probably might not, as you're saying. But queen b5 here, that looks pretty nasty.
Yeah, I like the knight on e4, actually. Like, it was doing great over there, and if nobody's gonna kick you out of there, you just stay there. And yeah, now I feel like white is gonna be able to move some pieces around. Maybe knight d2 or knight c3 will be possible at some point.
f4 by Pragg.
F4.
Wait a minute. Queen 8, no. This is hated by the eval bar.
Maybe there's some takes in knight d5.
Oh my God. There was the move knight cd7. Let's focus on the game and then I'll pull it up. There was a crazy idea there that actually trapped Pragg's bishop.
Wow.
Okay, but he's still much better. No, f4 was terrible. f4 was way too drastic, and now white's position is kind of in shambles. Bishop
Absolutely,
b5,
yeah, this is allowing black to do a lot. Knight g4, this is devastating. Pawn h2 is hanging. Ooh, bishop takes h2 now.
Queen e4, rook c2 is coming in. Pragg trying to ward off the black pieces, but Christopher low on time, but he's taking another pawn.
Yeah, and if queen takes knight takes e3, you might say the bishop on h2 is hanging, but the rook on f1 was hanging as well, so that was not working out really.
Wait, queen h6, king g1, queen h2, and rook c2, I think he can mate him.
I think so too.
He does not need to be told twice. Even bishop h2 and rook c2. Yeah. Also good.
Oh.
It's over. Queen e3 and rook c1. Queen e3 and rook c1. And he finds it. Whoa.
He finds it just on time.
Incredible. What a game. And Pragg is going to be really disappointed at that. That one hurt. That one really hurt.
Absolutely. He had a great space advantage from the start, but for some reason, Christopher was able to find the space back and put some more pressure on Pragg. And his pieces were just stuck together.
This move f4, Pragg, I think, thought, okay, I have the two bishops. This is the time to pounce. Now, I just wanted to show this idea. Knight cd7. Now, that doesn't look like anything special, right? What does this even do? Bishop d3, okay. But all of a sudden, black goes e4. Bishop has to move away. And now the rook jumps into c2 with a fork against the bishop and the queen. That was a really, really cool idea. But Christopher, he responded pretty well, too. So f4 was the big culprit there. Okay.
Wow, that's a crazy tactic there. We are moving on to the next game now, and we're back to the King's Indian.
Yeah, and the 4 h4 line, which is so popular nowadays. And Christopher just casually castles kingside. This is modern chess. You play h4, castle kingside. I don't know about this, Anima. This I'm a little skeptical about.
Yeah, allowing the bishop to go to g4 like that, like typically you want to counter it with h3 or even defend the square by playing h3 beforehand. But now the bishop on g4 is having a great time, and it's going to be really difficult to kick that bishop out of there. You might have to consider moving the knight so you have like some sort of trade, but I don't think that's what white is looking for here.
No, you're right. Bishop is having a wonderful time White's bishop is not having as good of a time because black can still play h6. Maybe you should consider queen d2 to prevent h6, but no, this is not something went a little bit wrong here for Christopher. I don't think he's much worse, maybe not even worse at all, but he's got to be careful.
Absolutely. Yeah, maybe castling short was a bit premature. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not familiar with this line, but to me, it seems like with the bishop on g4, the attack is not going to be super easy to execute.
No, it's not. And one thing that black has to contemplate at some point is actually bishop takes f3 and knight e5. I wouldn't give up this bishop. I'm too attached emotionally to a bishop like this. But it could be a possibility. Christopher goes after black's biggest weakness in these Benoni structures, which is, of course, the d6 pawn.
Yeah, how do you deal with that d6 pawn? I mean, I think tactically knight e5 is a bit premature, but perhaps like knight b6. I mean, the knight doesn't really belong on b6 there.
Maybe queen b6.
Yeah, that would make a lot of more sense.
He plays it.
But maybe knight b5?
And then I guess knight e4.
Knight e4.
Gets complicated there. Queen b3 is an idea there for white. Let's see. First of all, b2 is hanging. That pawn does need to be defended because you're not trapping the queen there.
Absolutely.
And if queen d2, there's this nasty idea in these positions, knight e4. And after the trade, b2 is hanging, black is getting the rook to e8. Black can develop a deadly initiative here in like 3 moves. Christopher has to be incredibly careful.
Yeah, and once again, we see Pragg up on the clock. It seems like the players are doing really well, are really in their prep with the black pieces. It's really interesting to note. But yeah, what do you do with the b2 pawn? Because obviously if you defend with rook b1, you'll face bishop f5 and the rook has to leave again. You can face it with bishop d3 though, I'm just seeing.
Yeah,
yeah,
I thought rook b1
passive.
was a chance. He does go queen d2, so he allows knight e4, and I mean, knight e4 looks incredibly strong. I think Pragg is going to play it, and man, white is cursed this match. Like every game, black is better in like 10 moves. What's going on?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's definitely something we could ask the winner of the match. Like, what's going on? What was the prep?
Crazy. Okay, what does white even do here? Because, okay, if you play rook ab1 to defend the b pawn, then black has many things, but the simplest is just bishop takes f3, and you either give up this very important pawn or I'm not even going to talk about this. We're not talking about this.
Yeah, that doesn't feel right. That doesn't feel right. Rook
He goes
c1.
rook a1.
Sacrificing the pawn on b2. Now, if you take with a bishop, then rook b1 is a problem. But if you take with a queen, bishop takes b2, and you need to defend the bishop on e2 as well.
And f4 bishop is hanging.
And
My
f4,
goodness,
everything is hanging.
Why is falling apart here? And just queen f6, bishop g5 actually almost traps the queen, so he goes back to b6. Yeah, now rook e8 is coming. Black is up a pawn. This is winning. Oh my god.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, it doesn't look good for white. Like, what do you do here? Like, bishop d3 is a very logical move, but bishop takes f3 again. It's definitely not pleasant.
Drops it back to e3, preparing potentially the move knight g5. Tricky little idea, but Pragg doesn't care. He literally doesn't care. Knight g5, he'll take on e2 and probably take on h4.
Where did I heard that before?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't remember who I was quoting.
Okay, that's fair. Understandable. There's too many quotes out there. We see g3 now, defending the h4 pawn, because as you said, bishop takes f3, rook takes h4 is an idea.
Bishop h6 almost works, but then there's bishop takes h. There has to be a win here.
There's something here.
There's definitely, it smells. This position smells.
Maybe something like f5, f4, something crazy.
Like f5 a lot, defending the... I cheated a little bit. The move is bishop d4. I'm going to admit. And he finds it! And he found it in like 10 seconds. Look at Pragg. And it's over. And it's over, Anamaya, because after knight d4 cd, look at what's happening. Bishop is hanging. There's one bishop. There's two bishops.
Yeah, and that's over indeed. Knight g5 being played, attacking the rook, finding some counterplay How do you face this?
Rook takes c3, and if bishop g4,
Right.
rook takes g3.
Oof.
19 moves, and Christopher's going to resign here.
It's like everything works. Like it's like you're in a puzzle and like you have all the pieces to solve this puzzle. It's really,
Everything
really
is
beautiful.
perfectly placed. Goodbye. Rook takes g4. I mean, king h3, but even h5. Oh, I guess then f3, Christopher. And even if you trap the rook takes g5 is completely winning for black.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm guessing. You can't really move the rook right now, even.
Yeah,
H5?
f3 actually does. What an idea by Christopher to trap the rook. Oh, rook e3.
Rook e3. Wow.
And now, apparently there's checkmate in... I mean, rook takes g5 is very appealing to me, and then rook takes f3 simply.
Yeah, it looks really promising. But yeah, the queen, we need the queen in taking part in this attack. And we see resignation, okay.
Why was losing the queen too after king g2, rook f2. What a game by Pragg, and black has won all 4 of the games thus far. That might be the first time in JCC history that a match has started like this. But Anna Maya, as we reach the halfway point of the 5-minute segment, great performances by both players here with the black pieces.
Absolutely. Both players are showing some phenomenal performances here. We have some really exciting games. Both players had some chances here and there. Some of the games look really equal, but were turned into a full point later on. And what is really funny to notice, I'm not really sensing that the players are really in time trouble. Like, they're playing the games as if it's like some classical game, and it looks so accurate to a certain extent. So I'm definitely looking forward to many more games in this time format. We have 45 minutes left in the 5+1 portion. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to the remaining of this match.
I am as well. We will give the players their traditional breather. And don't go anywhere. The break will be short. You are watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. Back with the rest of the 5+1 segment in just a couple of moments.
Go king
Wait
g4.
a moment. Knight back to f1. Amazing. Oh my god, you have to...
Oh, stalemate!
He should have made a bishop. He could have flagged him with a bishop.
Oh my
Wait,
gosh.
does David Antone... Oh, David Antone is slightly worse timings. Fedoseev still qualified.
Wait, no.
He didn't.
No, he didn't. And David Antone qualifies. The stalemate gets him through.
This is unreal.
Oh my gosh.
He surpasses Fedoseev, poor Vladimir, by less than 1 tiebreak point. And
Oh my
probably had
goodness.
Auto queen on. Kovalyov is cursed in this tournament.
Yeah, he got checkmated by Anish Giri in an unlosable position.
But how do you draw this endgame? Oh my gosh. What? How is this even possible?
Chess.com Rapid Chess Championship continues this weekend, featuring the top 100 players, top 10 women, and top 10 juniors in the world. Watch us as the very best compete for their share of $20,000 each week, culminating with the $150,000 prize finals in late August. Catch all the action every weekend right here on Chess.com.
Ooh, well, we hope that everybody's catching the JSCC action, Anamaya, right here on chess.com, because we have a doozy in the works. It's 2-2 in Christopher Yu's match against Pragg. And we're seeing some impressive preparation of the black pieces. We're seeing both players not holding back. No draws so far.
Absolutely, Danya. It's very surprising to see that they are doing so well with the black pieces, whereas with the white pieces, we're lacking a little bit here and there. But we're seeing the London system.
Boo.
Boo.
Whoa, 95?
Wow.
I've never seen this move before in my life. What, 95? That's such a weird move. What is Queen B6?
Seems like a novelty to me.
Yeah, this is some sort of crazy preparation, which is not surprising. I mean, Christopher is feared across the land for his opening. I mean, his opening preparation is incredible. I have never, I mean, I've played the London with white, you know, quite a bit, and I faced it with black. I've never seen this 95 idea before.
Wow. Whoa. What a way to turn the London into a very exciting opening.
I mean, it's going to get even more exciting if he takes on B2. What is going on here?
Wow.
Queen takes B2, CD, queen takes A1 might happen. And very often what white tries to do is go queen C2 and trap the queen. So I would doubt, I don't know if Christopher's going to go for this. He does go for this.
Does.
So we're going to very likely see that, because I wouldn't go knight D2 here with white. No, he goes for it. Oh my goodness, buckle in.
Wow.
Queen C2.
We're in for an adventure in this game. Wow. So all the white, okay, it's a little bit difficult, to be honest, to trap the queen over there. Like, you have to develop a lot of pieces, castle, and then you'll be able to move the knight from B1 to attack the queen with the rook. So there's plenty of time here for black to try to save the queen, bring some support in.
Yeah, I mean, you know, yes, the queen is trapped, but to actually attack it, it's like you got to wait a couple of years. But how is black in the meantime? Yeah, black has some time, but how does black also is completely undeveloped. And white can accelerate the process here by taking on A6. On the other hand, that opens the B file, but on the third hand, white is controlling B8.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here. So I'm guessing we're going to see some D6 before playing rook B8. But I'm not sure if black has a time for 92. The rook is getting closer now to attacking the queen.
I think he might. I mean, D6 castles rook B8, and he's right in time. Like, knight moves away, finally attacking the queen, and queen B2. You like slip through the garage before it closes. It's like those movie scenes.
Right. But yeah, at the same time, black's position is very vulnerable. Like, even if you get the queen out, how are you going to deal with C5 hanging over there? The king will be very vulnerable in the center. There's a lot of problems black has to deal with, despite being exchange up. It's not going to be easy here for black.
No, it's not. I would seriously consider d takes C5. Yes, that kind of lets the queen out through the long diagonal, but you mentioned it in the queen side is very problematic. Black has to make a couple of moves to develop this bishop, and that gives white some time to generate more queenside play. But Pragg is currently, I'm sure he's trying to find a way to trap the queen. Like, that would be nice, but I don't think he's got a way to do it, and the eval bar kind of bears that out. It wouldn't be plus 0.5 if black was losing the queen.
Right, exactly. So Pragg goes short castle followed by rook b8 instantly, and the queen is escaping, but there's a lot more that Chris has to deal with here.
Yeah, I mean, d takes c5 is still possible. The rook is going to be pinned. You could also play something like knight c3. Queen moves away. Okay, no, you can't. The eval bar is just laughing at me as I'm doing this. I was going to propose something like queen e4, intending rook b1 with a pin. Oh, he's played it.
Oh, wow.
Well, he played exactly this, and apparently this is not good for the simple reason that black can take on d4.
Wow.
Oh, and if you go rook b1, then dc, and black gets a gazillion pieces for the queen and a passer.
Wow, that is super impressive. But yeah, you as a prophet, you're taking on again.
I don't know if that's a good thing, though, because apparently in this position, white has simply nothing, no way to continue the initiative, and he missed the opportunity train to take on c5, and Christopher's doing it.
Absolutely, c takes d4, and yeah, there's now less issues for black. Soon we'll see the bishop on c8 develop as well. Yeah, it looks much more clear now with the pawn on c5 gone.
It's my fault. Now I feel bad. I planted this idea in his head.
It's okay. It's okay. Let's see how he will manage to deal with this. Although it's not very easy.
Guess what?
Yeah, black
is winning again. Black is winning another game. This is unreal.
Are you gonna see it again for the 5th time?
I mean, it's
I
like
think
at some point.
work on it.
Oh yeah, no, this is not over from a human perspective, but at some point, I think it gets in the player's head. They're like, they're aware of what's going on, and they can't stop it. Queen b6 instead. Why is that a little bit less accurate according to the eval? Or maybe it runs into knight a4 at some point. Maybe even now, knight a4 and rook c1.
Yeah, maybe a bit too passive. You need to get going with the development as well. H4, okay. Seems a little slow to me because none of the pawns on the king side have moves, so there's not really like a target you can have over there.
I agree. Yeah, g6 here is possible. He plays it. I guess h5 is his idea.
I guess,
but it does seem slow.
Yeah, and if you consider taking on g6, it opens up the h4 for the rook, and I don't think the king minds staying in the center.
No, not if black protects the e7 pawn well with something like rook b7.
Okay, we have a checkmate threats. I'm sure Christopher is going to defend that, but in what way is the best? I'm guessing queen c7 is the most natural way.
Yeah, there's multiple moves. Queen c7, rook b7, queen d8. Queen c7, I guess Pragg wants to play rook c1, but that doesn't even look that dangerous. And black is ready to castle now. I mean, black could even castle here, but I don't see a need to give up e7.
Exactly, I agree with you. Yeah, Christopher is taking his time here. He's up on the clock, so he's plenty of time to think. Yeah, he needs to make a decision here.
I do like castling from the perspective of just, okay, goes queen d8.
Okay. Very passive once again.
Yeah, passive, and I guess what he's and the other problem is that now if he castles, he runs into bishop takes e7. Yeah, I don't love queen d8. I feel like it gives white a little bit more chance. Maybe queen back to e3 and h6 can be considered.
Right. Yeah, maybe that the h pawn is coming in handy after all. Knight g3 is being placed, so Pragg is really focusing on that king side, and the evil bar jumps down like crazy, but it's not so clear what does black have here at all.
Rook e1. I think Pragg has to prevent castling. If Christopher castles, you can resign. So I think he has to play rook e1, and he's dropping on the clock here. I honestly don't know what he's thinking about here. You have to stop castles at all costs. He goes f4.
f4, yeah. Yeah, he's
F5?
going for the attack, but yeah, f5 is a nice counter move, and it's not castles. So simple here for whites, yeah.
And the other rook could come to f7 if he needs to defend. E7 again. I really don't like the way Pragg conducted the initiative in this game. He had a couple of chances to make things more complicated. Now it's just totally winning for Christopher, who could even play e7, e6, and just eradicate this weakness once and for all.
Absolutely, yeah. And g6 is a nice target for white, but Christopher defends it accurately with queen e8. And now I really don't see what white can do here. There's not really a weakness other than g6. It goes h6, okay.
And gh, I guess, and queen g6. I mean, there's so many
G5.
options. Oh, g5. Oh, queen takes h5. Wow, what an idea. And this is crashing.
Eliminates all of the pieces here on the king side, the pawns that is. And it's not looking clear for white.
Queen g4, man, he is just on, I mean, offering a queen trade, but this is not a polite offer. This is like, you trade queens or you're going to lose all of your other pieces. Bishop takes d4 is coming as well.
Yeah, I'm expecting your resignation soon. There's not much here for. Oh, well, there I said it.
Speaking of the prophet, and 5 games.
Learning from the best.
5 games, 5 wins by the Blackbeard. That knight d5 thing, I mean, I would have been beyond scared to play that, but it has worked out perfectly. And a Philidor, not the most common guest at the highest level.
G1.
Wow.
Yeah, this is once again modern chess.
Yeah, preparing g4. Who needs the castle short anyway? I mean, I don't care about that. Will he go g4 now, though, and neglect the development of his queen side? He does. Pragg strikes with d5. I don't like this at all. What? I'm old school. I don't like this for white. This is bad.
You know how what they say, if there's a attack on this side happening, you have to counter in a sense, and I think that's why Pragg goes for d5. And it makes white's attack look a little bit silly. Like the pawn on g4 now, what is it going to do? It's not going to make much progress there.
No, it's not. And look at how much it weakens these squares on the king side. Now, Pragg, what he needs to do is find a way, just like in the last game, where he needed to find a way to attack the center before white castled. No, before black castled. In this game, you know, he needs to find a way to do the exact same thing against Christopher's king. If Christopher can go bishop e3 and queen e2 and castle, white's totally fine.
Absolutely. Yeah, knight f5 is also a very annoying move for black. Pragg counters with knight b6 and now is able to develop all of his pieces really fast.
And if bishop b3, I think there might even be c5. No, yeah, there is c5 and then c4. And where is this bishop going?
Yeah, doesn't really have a square.
So Christopher forced to drop his bishop back to e2, but now that he gives up the d5 square, which Pragg immediately occupies. This is fun for black. Bishop g5 looks interesting.
Yeah, it's crazy to me that this pawn on e4, it looks so vulnerable. It looks like it can't survive there for long, but it's there and you can't attack it.
And now it's on e3. And it's supported by the knight up from d5. So you called it. I mean, knight f5. Oh, threatening queen takes d5.
Ooh, gotta be careful there. Could consider playing c6 if you want to defend that.
Yeah, I like c6 because if you take on f5, then you open up the g file. And I wouldn't do that unless black has a very concrete follow-up.
Absolutely. Yeah, what do you want to do? Do you want to take on f2 or do you just want to keep the pawn there? Maybe like right now it's hanging, so you might want to consider doing something about that.
Yeah, I would probably take on f2. No, he goes bishop c5.
Okay.
So Christopher could consider the move f2, f4.
Yeah, and it makes the pawn on e3 a little bit silly. Like, it looks really nice over there. Oh, you got the pawn all the way to e3, but first of all, you can't push, and second of all, it blocks all of the pieces. Like, the bishop and knight can't access this square. They're just defending that pawn.
And after some thought, he plays it. Yeah, they're staring at the pawn. Pragg's initiative is starting to fizzle out a little bit. I'm getting the kind of vibes that I felt in the last game. Of course, he's not down in exchange here. And he could play a little bit more slowly, maybe c6, queen b6 to pressure the queen side. But Christopher's closer than ever to castling.
Yeah, absolutely. Bishop e6 is now being played, developing the bishop, very natural. I'm guessing that you would want to move that queen, obviously. But if you go queen d3, there's e2.
Oh, he blundered e2. And I mean, king takes e2. Okay, white is still in the game, but this is definitely not. He definitely didn't see that. Okay, but Pragg, he's got to play it. He's got to play it too.
Yeah, seeing the expression he made, I don't think he really saw this coming as well. But yeah, he still has a lot of chances. Like, he has so much counterplay here on the king side. Like, the knight on f5 is so strong.
It is. It definitely is. But as long as the g file remains closed, I feel like black is, say, but knight before, disliked by the eval bar. And apparently it's just because of bishop e4, not fearing a check on c4. The king can escape to f3, perhaps.
Wow. Imagine having f3 as your safe spot for the king. That's incredible.
Or bishop c4, king f3, bishop d5, and then your king just takes on e4 casually.
Wow. Well, we know who the winner will be of King of the Hill then.
Right.
Okay, queen c5 looks very active. I like that move.
Oh, Christopher's doing a great job here playing down an exchange and whipping up the
Absolutely.
initiative. Where's the queen going to go?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like queen c3 looks, or queen e3 looks logical, but like queen b5 check, I'm not sure. I guess the king is still fine on f3, but I just feel uncomfortable seeing the king so in the open.
Yeah, I don't blame you. And black could also try queen b5 check. I mean, this knight on a6 bothers me because if it can get to c5, it applies tremendous pressure on the bishop. Pragg fearlessly trying to open up the king side and saying, no, you're not safe in the center.
Ooh, I like that. I like that attitude. f6 is a very, yeah, typically it's not a great move, but in this position, I feel like it makes a lot of sense. The idea to open up some more files to make the king look very awkward in the center. But for now, Christopher is attacking Pragg's pieces over here. So queen c5, offering the trade, which
Good
will
move.
pretty much benefit Pragg over here since he's up in exchange.
Yeah, that's the benefit of being up material. You can just very safely use the queen trade as a weapon to gain the upper hand. And the problem is not trading queens is very expensive here. Like if you move the queen back to e1, that means you allow f takes e5 and white's position starts to fall apart. f6 by Pragg was a phenomenal decision. And Christopher, I think, is best advised to bite the bullet, trade, but the endgame looks nasty.
Yeah, I don't really like it. Like, white has a pair of bishops here, so you could try to make use of them. But the bishop on g3 isn't doing much, and I don't really see what it's gonna do, even on the g1, a7 diagonal.
Yeah. No, this is a very difficult position for Pragg. The move e takes f6 is preferred by the eval bar, but I'm not sure exactly what the idea is after queen takes c3 and rook takes f6. I guess just the fact that white is active supplies enough compensation, but Christopher moves back to d2. That was not the move.
Yeah, I would say, like, if you go to the end game, those pawns on the king side will be very vulnerable. Like, you gotta be super careful with your pawns, and if you push them forward, you weaken so many squares as well as the pawns next to you. So I would say it makes sense why Christopher went for this line instead. But yeah, rook e8 and your king on e2, once again, not having the time of his life.
Not at all. Ooh, queen g2 is another problem. You can't drop your knight back because you give up g4, and that always happens when you've got these positions, right? You cannot move a muscle, or else you drop a pawn here, or you allow infiltration there. I'm not seeing this happening for Christopher, and you know what that would mean, right? That would mean 6 games in a row where black wins. I mean,
I almost forgot about it, but you're right. We again have someone with the black pieces having a really, really great game.
Yeah, jeez.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Whoa, queen. Wait. The knight before. Gosh, black is spoiled for knight before looks really nasty.
Yeah, I think it's time to involve the knight in the position.
Or maybe take on e5 first to open the f file and then go knight b4.
Yeah, there's a lot of options here for black. And at the same time, white has only a few moves that look decent.
And only a minute on the clock. It's not obviously not over. The position remains very complex. And speaking of not over, I guess after king f3, fe, there is some move. Is there queen c5?
Wow.
In the event of a trade, you do fork the rook and the knight. Queen b5 check might have actually been a mistake because the queen is on an undefended square.
Yeah, and it's actually crazy to see the bishop on e4 dominating the knight on b4. So that's why the knight is not really able to move to the side of the board towards the center.
Yep, it's defending c2 and d5. I think Pragg has realized that f takes c5 is not as simple as it appears, and he moves his knight back to c6, which is a decision I really, really like. Now queen c5, of course, is not quite as dangerous, and black could even trade. I still think, Christopher, from a practical perspective, this position is much harder to play with white.
Yeah, absolutely. What is going on the king side, I'm not sure. Like, f takes e5 is gonna come sooner or later. And I'm not sure how Christopher could deal with this. Like, it's a permanent problem. As long as the queens are on the board. And
now, Christopher, below 30 seconds, he does take on f6. Pragg could even take on f5 first. takes. No, but then the rook on e8 would be undefended,
Right.
and white would have discoveries with bishop d5 check.
Offers the trade
Okay.
now.
I feel like he's just tired of having to deal with the attack. He's like, all right, I'm over it. I'd rather take the endgame.
Okay.
But the endgame, look how active white is in the endgame.
And now, what if g6? It takes first and then g6.
Drop back to e4, and I've got the two bishops. Man, I've got gf. Oh,
I was thinking maybe
he
there was
wants bishop
95
d5 to
check.
g6. You're absolutely right. That's a very important detail. G6, bishop e4, and boom. For Karuski. And Christopher saw that in a millisecond.
Yeah, that's why g takes f5 was played, I believe. And
They
suddenly
traded
all
rooks.
the pieces are traded, and we have a bishop pair. Is the bishop pair enough? I don't think so. It's a little loose.
Yeah, no, black is definitely winning from a Pragg. Ooh, G6. What a fearless move. But 10 seconds for Pragg, and he blockades the F pawn.
Yeah, this
Takes
looks
him
really
bishop.
dangerous though. Like, I don't like the fact that there's a light squared bishop that can go to c4, give you check, and then maybe there's gonna be promotion happening. So
Oh, great move by Pragg, because king moves away and he's threatening your move. 95 check with bishop e6 attacking the rook. 4 seconds for Pragg.
Wow.
What does he do? Rook. No, 94 check was the move. 94 check was winning. And he gives up his exchange
whoa, he
back.
missed it.
He panics in time pressure. And now, Christopher, is he even bishop c8? Is white better here?
I'm not even sure. I mean, the material is equal, obviously. I would say white has
Right.
a small edge because white has a bishop rather than the knight. And I think in this position, because the pawns are so spread out, the bishop is slightly better, but there's not much you can do here, really.
I think that the likeliest result is a draw. I agree. But with 2 seconds for both sides, Christopher has to be careful not to miss a fork.
True. The knight can be really nasty in the short time control.
Knight b2. Yep, that's what we're talking about. Christopher goes for king d4. He wins to g6. Oh, bishop e3 was winning a knight. Oh my God, he could rule on the knight. Oh my God. I didn't see that at first too. Oh my goodness, Christopher could have won that. And now the knight goes to c5. Ooh, bishop c2
Wow.
defends the pawn.
Okay, the knight is jumping around and causing some problems for white.
Christopher's dropping down to 0.5 seconds and he wants to repeat. And a draw.
Yeah, I see
No.
repetition. Oh,
Is Christopher
voices?
going for a Pragg move? Oh my God. He's going for it. King c6. He's going to win the pawns. He's going to win the game.
what?
Oh my God. He's going
It
to win.
takes a pawn, but it's not enough. Those pawns on the left side are much, much faster.
It's over. And the
much
bishop
stronger.
is dominating bishop a4. He goes bishop e4. Wait, knight. That allowed
Knight
a
b5,
draw.
knight
Knight
e6.
d6. Oh my God. Pragg got his knight there. And g5 and g4. And can white stop the pawn? Okay, he can. But
Yeah,
now
this should be a
Pragg.
draw.
Oh my God. What a ridiculous time scramble.
Wow. And he just takes that and then goes, g2. So you see why to
Ah,
make the
good
draw.
attempt. Oh,
Wow,
my
what
lands.
a game.
And oh
A
my
lot
God, bishop
happened.
bishop e3 was the chance. And let me just show the moment where Pragg missed the win and panicked. It was, so if we go a little bit back, he did everything right. And then in this position, I think he could have just gone knight d4 check. And then g takes f5. And look at this line. Knight takes c6, king takes. It looks like mate is inevitable. And now the pawn is unstoppable.
Wow, and you can't stop the pawn.
But you saw bishop b3 instantly, and that was an immediate win for Christopher. So this is the first game white doesn't win, and it's a draw. So Christopher maintains his 1-point lead. What a game.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, this was, I think, the first game in this match. It was really this spectacular with both sides having crazy chances, and it was going back and forth. And yeah, the first time scramble that really gave a lot of opportunities to both players.
Yeah, Pragg is going to be kicking himself for that one, but he should be thankful that at the very end he didn't lose it. At least he squeezed half a point out of it. Okay, so a much calmer opening than the ones that we've seen in the last few games. A Rogozin. Oh, never mind. What did I? He waited for me to say that, and now he goes g4.
Pragg got inspired by Christopher's ideas and goes for g4. And begs the question out to Chris, what are you going to do about it?
Well, there is takes in knight e4. I've seen that. I mean, taking on g4 looks super brazen, but he follows the rules. He strikes in the center, right? Against a flank move, you want to strike in the center. And this is, I think, why white is losing so many games. It just, both players are playing, so it's such a risky manner with the white pieces, weakening squares. I'm skeptical of this. I don't particularly like this 94. Maybe he'll castle queenside.
Yeah, looks like black is doing pretty well. Black has lost the pair of bishops, but instead, like, this bishop on c3 is not doing much. So I think black is perfectly fine in this position. It's typically in this position, you want to trade off some pieces because you have lack of space. And I feel like black has sufficient space now to say that black is doing fine.
Yeah, knight is really well placed on e4. But Pragg, he's putting faith in his kingside attack, which if you can go h5 g6, then for sure white will get a lot of counterplay. I'm worried about white's king though. You definitely can't go queenside, right, because of the c file.
Yeah, where do you go? I think you're staying in the center.
Yeah, you got to stay in the center and hope that the center remains closed.
Yeah, pretty interesting. You don't really see often in this opening that the king stays in the center, but yeah, now you don't really have a choice.
Yeah, and the other issue with the king staying in the center is that the rooks are disconnected. You would love to play the move rook a1 to g1, but now you have to rely on only one rook to support these pawns.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the knight on e4, it's not so simple to find a way to attack properly.
I would consider the move f7, f5 here, supporting the knight and preparing. No, why can't I draw this arrow? Knight takes c4, f takes c4, opening up the f file. Yeah, knight d2 takes f5. Great move.
If only that was possible. But yeah, knight on e4 is being strengthened a lot. You could consider taking en passant here, but not only, well, you do open the g file for yourself to attack the black king, but it opens up the f file as well. And guess who is being targeted there? The f2 pawn. So,
and do you know who's
it
behind the f2? Yeah. Oh, I don't like this at all. This is not fun.
Yeah, this
Pragg,
looks a bit dangerous.
It smells of puzzle rush tactics. But what exactly? And Pragg is just saying, okay, what exactly do you have here? I believe in my pieces. I think my king is well defended enough. Okay, that was not the move. The move. Oh, knight takes c3, bc, and cd. Oh, but this is hard to find. cd, rook c3. On Amaya, and apparently it's like +4.
Okay, well, I'm guessing, yeah, rook stacking on the c file and rook c1 is hard to defend.
Yeah, there was a previous broadcast where I think either Hess and I or Danny and I were discussing this. Very often there are these computer lines where at the end of them it's like +5, and you have no idea why. It's like it just looks like a position, but the computer is very good at evaluating long-term attacking chances. The computer sees that 10 moves later you're going to get checkmated.
Right. Yeah. And we see long castle. Okay.
That's Pragg has never been happier. But the king, compared to where it stood on e1, the king looks as safe, the safest king in history.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, the bishop on c3 is acting like a pawn at this point. But okay, at the same time, you don't really have c takes d4 because, I mean, do you have c takes d4? I was going to say queen takes d4 is an idea, but there might be some pawn hanging on f2.
Although there is another pawn hanging on g7. No, I think queen d4 is possible at the moment. But Pragg has to find a way to intensify the pressure. Rook g5, interesting move. Preparing both to double and potentially to swing the rook over to e5.
Yeah, that looks really interesting. What can black do about it? Can you stack on the f file? I mean, if you play rook f8, then yeah, you have to keep defending g7, and suddenly a pawn dropped.
I didn't realize that pawn was even hanging, and I don't know if Pragg did either. Okay, it was a sacrifice. Yeah,
it's definitely intentional. c4, interesting decision. It kind of frees the bishop, I would say. Like bishop b4, bishop d6 might be an idea.
Great maneuver. If you can get that to e5, then white's going to be basically winning, because the pressure on Christopher cannot let the pressure on g7 get out of control. So maybe How does he? I mean, he could put another rook on c7 and really defend it, but another idea on deck is e4 and d5 that he's got to watch out for.
And maybe a5 was also interesting. It weakens b5 and as well as the b6 pawn, but it does stop the bishop from moving to b4 permanently.
There's your move, and I actually think bishop d6 should be very seriously considered. The one thing you have to be careful about is c3 could get dangerous, but right now white just takes on c3. You cannot go rook f c7. You called it. There goes the bishop.
Yeah, as long as the bishop is on that diagonal covering the c7 square, I think white is doing perfectly fine. Bishop e5, and now black is completely tied down to that pawn g7.
Yeah, the eval bar is still giving an edge. And by the way, black has a maneuver too. Bishop c8 and bishop f5 looks really scary. I didn't see that at first, but now that I've spotted it, I feel like that changes the landscape of the position completely.
Yeah, that is probably what Christopher was aiming for as well with the move c4. He's putting the pawns on the light squares, and now with the light squares being open, being very vulnerable, he can consider moving that bishop to f5. And yeah, how do you deal with that threat of queen b1 is actually a checkmate?
I feel like Christopher is basically pre-move bishop c8. I mean, he's going to get that bishop faster than Usain Bolt runs a 100-meter race. Like, that bishop is running. It's flying to f5.
f5, wow, what a counter move.
What if you still play bishop c8?
Yeah, you can still decide to do that. Maybe there's, I was kind of going to say maybe there's queen c2 type of moves.
You might have to trade queens. The problem is if you're down 2 pawns, then
that's maybe a little
the
bit too
connected
much.
passers should decide the game eventually. He takes it. He just says, thank you for the pawn.
Yeah, he's gladly taking those pawns. And I'm not sure, like, it's like Pragg is missing pieces. Like, he's using almost all the pieces to attack on g7. And what's next?
I had a ridiculous idea. e4, queen a4, and queen h6. If king h6, you get ladder
If only the king was on h8.
Right. But unfortunately here, it's not so easy to prevent mate. I'm threatening mate, but black has rook f1 check at the very least, and distracting the rook. Actually, probably the only move.
Right, yeah.
No,
I think they will spot that. But yeah, it definitely looks like a really interesting, cool idea. Sadly, doesn't work.
Well, I love sacrificing other people's queens. So, rook g6, defending the pawns. The initiative is fizzling out. Black is up 2 pawns. Bishop c8 is going to come at some point. That idea still exists.
Yeah, and with the pawn on g5 now, black is consolidating, and the bishop on e5 looks a bit silly now.
Yeah, black's going to win another one here.
I was going to say the curse was broken, but now we're going back to that curse.
Well, now we can amend the streak and say white has not won a game yet.
Right. Yeah, let's change that.
Right. So rook takes g5. Oh, queen takes e3 check, and black is.
Oh, yeah, that's a serious problem.
No, this is completely lost. Bishop f5 is coming. Pragg with 9 seconds, and the g4 experiment that backfired in a big way. I mean, at some point when Pragg castled, I thought he was good again, but this bishop c8 idea was really devastating.
Yeah, absolutely. It's sort of like with the bishop maneuver to e5, it looked so promising, but Christopher was able to consolidate, put all the pieces in the right places, and suddenly there was nothing left for Pragg to do. And now Christopher is just taking all of the pawns, and soon I think there's checkmate.
Rip. This is crushing queen d3, and you can't even move to the f file because of a discovery. Okay, this is made in 2, and a just blistering attack by Christopher. And he's up 2 points, NMI, with 12:50 left in the 5-minute segment. This is where, you get up 2 points. You can't let the match get out of hand. You can't let it get to 4, right? So Pragg, it's important for him to play a good game, but he's got the black pieces, and clearly that's a good thing.
Absolutely. Yeah. 2-point difference is still definitely manageable. I'm really expecting Pragg to bounce back, especially since he's playing with the black pieces. But yeah, like there's definitely a lot of games to be played still, and a 2-point deficit is not deciding enough yet. For
sure. And Christopher going for the b3 line. Apparently this is called the Westerinen attack. I had no idea. I do know Westerinen is a Finnish grandmaster, Heikki Westerinen, who is known for these kinds of very flamboyant, offbeat lines. I love those kinds of players.
Yeah, we're learning a lot today. We've seen a counter opening against the London. That we see the Western attack. We're learning a lot today.
Yes, we are. And knight d5. Oh yeah, knight d5 against the London. I might pick that up. Okay, well, both sides Sophia and Kettled on the queen side. The question for Black is going to be, first of all, whether to play d5 or d6. I think generally most players, the Sicilian players, like to play d6 here. And then eventually White might end up going d4. So we might end up transposing to a kind of weird open Sicilian where the white bishop is fianchettoed, not that common. But it looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
e5 stopping.
Yeah, I was going to say the bishop on b2, I actually really like it over there. It controls so many squares along the diagonal. But with the pawn on e5, now it looks really ridiculous on b2. It really doesn't do much anymore. So I really like what Pragg is going for here with the e5, d6 setup. And yeah, what do you do with the bishop on b2? Like you almost can never break this pawn chain through. Like you can maybe consider some c3, d4, but I think that's way too much and you can't afford that.
It's hard to organize, I agree, because e4 is going to hang if you move your knight away. Now, I feel like White has two ideas. The first is to move the bishop back to c1. You know, it's not going to win any brilliancy prizes, but it's, you know, you got to do something with that bishop. The other plan is to play d3, move the knight away, and sort of King's Indian style it with f4, and just say, I don't care about the bishop. I don't need it. I don't know. We'll see.
Right.
We'll see what he's deciding right now. It's clear. Or moving the knight immediately. You don't even need to play d3.
Okay, there he goes, d3. Typically, it's not really used that you see d3 and b3 played because like the dark swords are very weakened. But for now, it's not a big deal. But it could long term be a problem potentially.
And Christopher, I think, is going for a third idea. So he might play f4, but he also might play knight e3 and knight d5. And ideally, he would go bishop c1, g5, take the knight, and then play knight d5. Unfortunately, in chess, the sides alternate moves. So I think Black might play h6.
Yeah, absolutely. But it is indeed a very nice idea. And I would rather consider going for bishop c1 because the bishop on b2 is not doing much. But instead, he goes for knight b5, putting pressure on the pawn on d6.
What is the follow-up? Oh, knight e3. So you wanted to get the knight away from f6 at the other knight. Oh, this is the situation I was talking about. After a6, knight c3, only one knight can jump into d5, and both knights want to be there. So this is a great
back at it
illustration.
again. Yeah, I believe you want to keep the knight on e3 just because it's more active over there than the knight on c3. So I would say knight c d5 is a move that they will consider. Also, you might consider playing c3 after that, kicking the knight on out of d4. But you can also consider playing f4. That's something that might be useful for White, as you know you're stuck with the bishop on b2, and if you can even remotely open this diagonal, White will be very happy.
And Black tries to beat White to the punch. Pragg with f5, a fearless move. And he's taken out the fianchettoed bishop, which is almost always a good thing. Christopher recapturing with the knight. And what is Black going to capture on f5 with? I mean, taking with the rook makes sense. Keeps the f file open. Oh, he takes with a knight.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a bit surprising because one of the plans could be knight of 3 check, and that square is really nice for the knight over there. But he's postponing this idea, maybe he's going to make use of that later on. But yeah, for now, he's going to f5. And yeah, we see the knights stacked on d5, basically.
Yeah, and Pragg says again, congrats. But I think Black is doing very well. And I think you called him. I think a lot of it comes back down to the b2 bishop. That's just a bad bishop. And now Black has a lot of dynamic potential in the center. You can go d5 eventually. Or f4. I feel like White's on the defensive here, but I love Christopher's last move, f4. Very alert, essentially putting pressure on Black's pawn on e5. And the f5 pawn could also become weak. For example, if White goes queen h5, and a well-timed f takes e5 could be quite nasty.
Absolutely, yeah. You would say that Black is doing worse here because the king is open and doesn't have much coverage. But there's not many pieces that White has to attack this king. And before f4 was played, it was even promising. The attack was looking very promising. But with f4 now being played by White, Black doesn't really have much other than maybe some e4 in the future. And maybe the pawn could become really active. But yeah, there's not really an attack going on the king side, surprisingly.
No, and he's taken on e5. So now I'm very interested to see how Christopher will approach. I think he's going to go queen h5 if Pragg recaptures with the pawn. Pragg is very seriously considering taking with the bishop in order to make sure that the f5 pawn is better defended, and that will likely lead to a trade of bishops. And I think that resulting position is probably closer to equal than anything else.
I fully agree with you there. And looking at the time situation, Christopher is up by a minute on the clock, which could be really devastating for Pragg. But yeah, we're in equal position right now, I think. But Black needs to be a bit careful. The pawn on f5 and now e5, they're hanging pawns, and you always got to be a bit careful with them.
Yeah, they're very tender. And I still like the look of queen h5. You might get a weird kind of perpetual with queen d4 check and queen d5 check, because both kings are pretty exposed, which raises the possibility of a kind of perpetual. So queen h5 is one possibility, queen f3 is another. This looks very equalish.
Yeah, I agree. And the nice thing about White's position is that none of the pawns are vulnerable. So queen h5 has been played. And yeah, at the same time, this pawn on e4 could be really strong. And yeah, I don't see like an attack here for White. After queen g5 check, you just hide on h8 and you're fine.
Yeah, White doesn't have enough pieces to. If White had like a knight on g5 or even a dark squared bishop to put on c3, now he finally wants that dark squared bishop back. It was terrible the whole game, and now it would be amazing. Goes rook a e1. So ed, he wants to trade rooks. Okay, we're about to see what he wants.
Right, yeah. Rook takes e8, and I'm assuming...
I was assuming rook takes, but now I see what you mean. Queen takes e8 is also possible.
I'm not entirely sure, but with the f5 pawn hanging as well, I think the position is still very equal. C takes d3, and yeah, now both sides have weaknesses in a way, so yeah, it's pretty balanced.
Yeah, it's kind of a mutually assured destruction sort of situation where neither side can go too crazy because of their respective weaknesses. I would go rook d5 here probably. With Pragg, I think Christopher is eyeing d3, d4. If he can eradicate the weakness, then he's better. If Black is just left with these two pawns, White can play that for 75 years. But Pragg has to find a way to stop this from happening.
Do you think there is a way for Black here to infiltrate in the position with the king, like somewhere like on the king side with king g4, king h3, something like that?
Yeah, there is a little pathway here, isn't there? And yeah, you could even play king f6 here. And I think that's a great practical move. King f6, the white rook is pinned, which is the downside of playing that if you're Christopher. King f6. Oh, and rook d3 might have run into cd, rook d4, and then after the trade, king g5 looks pretty scary for White. Probably still the draw, though. In any case,
yeah, absolutely.
He played h5.
Okay,
no, but I don't like h5. I don't like that at all. Now I think White is a little better.
Yeah, I'm guessing the idea is at some point to play h4 to get rid of that weakness, but well, now it's not going to happen anytime soon. But yeah, the idea makes sense in a way, but it's maybe a bit too much.
I mean, Pragg is not playing this endgame well. He's giving White winning chances. Still should be a draw. Rook a5 and b5 maybe. No, he goes for, nice move.
Ooh, rook c3 check, yeah. Making sure you can capture the pawn, but yeah, I think the winning chances are dying down here, but White is definitely the one playing for something here because the pawns on the king side are very vulnerable. But okay, it's a 2v2 now on the same side, so I don't think we're gonna see h4, king g4, h4.
Wait, Christopher declined a draw.
Oh.
I think he wants to milk the clock, the match clock. I think he wants to. No, but this game is not going to take 2.5 minutes. No, he's actually playing. He wants to win the F pawn and torture Pragg for a little while.
I mean, he has a minute on the clock, so if he can go on for like a minute and a half, he can just wait.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. No, it's a dead draw. Yeah, Pragg gives away the F5 pawn, but he's got infinite lateral checks, and that king on h6 is so well placed. guarding h5. Just don't take the rook.
Yeah, right. This is a very simple draw.
Just-
Are we gonna sit here for 50 moves, you think?
we might. I mean, if that's the case, this might actually be the last game of the match. But I think Christopher's going to offer a draw.
Okay, still going for it.
I like how he thought for a while and then was like, okay, king d7.
Yeah. And he still has a plenty of time, so I mean, he can like at one point he can just sit and relax and be like, yeah, 40 seconds left on the match clock. I will let my time run out.
My theory is that he wants this to be the last game of the match.
Yeah, looks like it.
Of the 5-minute segment, of course.
Yeah.
This game will not take another 90 minutes. This is a funny repetition, like a weird rook triangle. Is he gonna go? Ooh,
Okay.
he's trying to. Oh, he was trying to lull Pragg to sleep. Did you see that? And then go rook g2.
Yeah. What a
And he is taking
technique.
this draw. Pragg can take this rook actually, and it's still a dead draw. By the way, fun fact. Fun fact.
Wow.
And with a 1 second increment, I mean, there's really no realistic chances here.
Okay,
But I
40
get it.
seconds left on the match clock, so he can definitely like
Milk this.
yeah, milk this, just let his time basically run out and force a draw at that
He
point.
should go g4 though. Christopher should, because there's a high chance that this ends up in a repetition.
True.
So I would, if I want to make sure that this is the last game, I would just go g4, trade pawns, and then play that one out for the rest of the time.
Right.
Pragg is somehow now down to 5 seconds. Okay, but this is about to be a repetition of some sort. Now it's officially gonna be the last game, though.
It's a horrible position to be here
Draw.
here with the black piece and draw, and it means we have another game.
Do we? I mean, there's 1 second on the match clock.
Yeah,
Probably we do. We have one more
we
5-minute game.
do.
Wow. I don't know if either of them really. I mean, Christopher has black, so he has to be happy.
Yeah, you should be, but I think the players really did want to move on to the next portion of the
Yeah,
match.
they. Okay, so this line, yeah, Pragg played this against me in the RCC. He likes these kinds of setups. This is quite dangerous. Black has to be very accurate in order to equalize.
Right. Yeah, so short castle, and what is White's idea here? Do you want to push e4 at one point, like knight d2, e4?
Yeah, there's different ways of playing this. I like knight c3. I don't know about queen e8 because knight c3 threatens e4 and was also potentially eyeing knight b5. Pragg goes for a different approach, which is c4. And now knight c3, bishop a3 is also on tap in some of these positions. Right now, there's
Ooh.
c5, of course.
Yeah, gotta be careful with that one. It's a very easy one to miss. e4.
Whoa!
Wow,
E3.
where's the pawn going?
He wants to promote.
Well, one can dream, right? But yeah, f4
Absolutely.
and the pawn on e3. I mean, I don't really like it. I don't think it's gonna survive for that long.
No, it's surrounded by White's pieces, and this is a very hard position to play for Black. I agree. I don't like that approach by Christopher.
Yeah, rook
Knight
f3, knight b5, also nice move.
Yeah, lots of potential here. You could also play queen c2 and rook d1. That's kind of a typical way of arranging your pieces in these kinds of positions.
Yeah, and I think one of the problems here is that there's no, like, you want to play knight g4 to cover the pawn on e3, but then you allow knight d5, and yeah, you might want to consider playing c6 just to cover that d5 square. But yeah, still, like, the e3 pawn is a permanent problem, I would say.
It really is. Oh, and you know what other idea could come in handy is c6 could be met with queen d6.
Ooh.
And okay, the evil player doesn't love it, but what I was thinking of is after the queen trade, yeah, then e3 really becomes a huge weakness, and that knight is a thorn in Black's side. So lots of options here for White.
Right. Yeah, and what do you do against this move? Knight c5? Okay.
Whoa. Knight d5 instantly. Bishop g7. Oh,
What is the
CD.
plan?
Ugh. But queen d4 is coming. Look at Black's position is falling apart.
Ooh, yeah, and like you want to play rook c1 followed, but if Black plays bishop b6, there's d6 problems as well, opening up the bishop on g2. There's many tactical nuances in this position.
D6, queen D4, and D6. I mean, Christopher's going to be kicking himself for not playing G4 there. I think he forgot about the 50 move rule.
Honestly, it went by really quickly. I don't blame him.
No, I don't either. By the way, knight takes C7 here could be considered even after the king moves. Knight C7, queen C7, rook C1. And then you win the knight back.
Yeah.
And this looks
terrifying.
terrible. Right. Good word choice.
Yeah. So do you want to follow up here with rook C1? Oh, goes back.
Back to C3.
Oh.
I think he wants to just go after the E3 pawn. He just wants to go with your idea. Rook F3, knight D1, just take a pawn and enjoy life.
Maybe D6 is also interesting. Knight D5, knight F6 could be a fun idea. The only problem is queen takes D6 is a very simple way to deal with this.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Precisely.
Yeah. Yeah,
Black
not really
is
looking good for
miserable.
black. Yeah. Like, where does the bishop go? Like, I assume you want to develop that bishop sooner or later. I'm guessing. I mean, if you go bishop G4 to put pressure on that pawn E2, you just face H3 and you have to go again.
Right. Yeah, no, you definitely want to develop it sooner, but it's unclear where you go. Bishop F5, okay, you develop your bishop, but where to then? He goes rook D8, so he kind of makes an improving move, and Pragg gets out his silverware.
All right. Do you want to play knight D1 here, or is it maybe a bit too much? Like too much focus on that pawn?
I would also consider a slower move like rook C1. I feel like there's no hurry, and improving your position. Wait, no, there is a hurry. Bishop G4 is the threat.
Right.
So
maybe you don't consider
actually,
playing
there is a
B4?
hurry.
Okay.
Before pushing the knight away and then knight D1. Yeah, that also looks good.
Yeah, there's a
But
lot of moves here for white.
And the huge issue is that after white wins the pawn, this e-pawn can start rumbling up the board. And I think that's why Christopher played bishop F5 to control the E4 square, at least trying to slow white down.
Right, absolutely. Takes with the knight, though, allowing bishop E4?
No. That is a very, very strange move.
Yeah, he's taking it easy. Maybe he has the idea to play knight G4.
Oh, good eye. Wait a minute, but then I feel like bishop takes F3, knight F6. Okay, he doesn't
Knight
play
H6.
bishop E4. That might have been his idea, yeah. Oh, knight H6 just mate. Nice.
Yeah, I also later realized, like, oh, there's more.
There's mate in two, yeah.
But yeah, knight C4 being played now, and yeah, you can still go for rook E3. I mean, how do you push that e-pawn?
Yeah, you would need to get rid of some of black's pieces that are controlling the square, and that's exactly what he does. Great stuff by Pragg. Rook takes, knight takes, and he's totally in control. Let's not forget also about rook C1. That could come later and skewer the C7 pawn.
Absolutely. And after rook takes E3, knight takes E3, there might even be G4, G5, and then, okay, I don't think there's going to be knight G4, but there could be a situation where knight G4 could be played. So yeah, the dark squares are just extremely vulnerable on the king side, and I think white is going to be able to make use of that sooner or later.
I almost feel like one of the themes of the match is the absence of fianchettoed bishops. It seems like every time one of them fianchettos their bishop, it gets traded, and then there's like constant struggles the rest of the game with these squares that are left behind. It really is a problem when you lose your fianchettoed bishop.
I agree. Yes, for sure. Yeah, now Christopher is taking a lot of time here. Okay, the response with rook 88. Yeah, what is the follow-up? I mean, white has an amazing position, but you still gotta finish it. And it's not so clear because you want to push those pawns.
And you're dealing with a curse because white still hasn't won a single game. So I would not count Christopher out just yet. He's also unbelievably resilient in all my blitz games with him. I'm always tremendously impressed. And I say this of a lot of people because the young generation of chess players now, they're all just tremendously, they're fighters, but Christopher especially so.
Yeah, it's crazy to see the positions they've been able to survive. Really difficult to copy that. And yeah, 96 is a very interesting move. It doesn't do so much, but it gives like some sort of opportunities for black to move around and try to annoy white as much as he can. That's a really like good way of trying to survive the position.
I agree, and I think Magnus shared the best piece of advice for such positions, which is just survive one more move, right? If you think about how is it possible that I'm going to save a draw here, you get overwhelmed because you can't even imagine how you survive. If you think about just making the next move, just make the next move, don't resign. That's a little bit more manageable, and I think that's what Christopher is doing here. Knight g7, trying to stop white from playing e4.
Indeed,
I guess he's not stuck. Whoa.
Oh, but
I
now
would have taken with the
e4.
rook.
Yeah.
I was sure he would take with the rook.
Yeah, that seemed very logical. Queen c5 check. Yeah, it's not enough. White is just in such good state. Like the pieces are working together so well, and yeah, sooner or later we're gonna see the pawns just push in the center.
Yeah, no, this is. I mean, Pragg can even consider the concrete f5, which he just played, asking the bishop some impolite questions. Where are you going, mister?
Yeah, I was already getting worried at the start. Like, you develop the bishop, where do you develop it? And if you develop it to g4, it's not a nice place to be in. And yeah, I think this is just over.
Yeah, its stay in the Praggnanandhaa hotel is about to come to a violent end. I think this is simply resignable. b5 can be met with knight e5, and then to add it to everything else, knight c6 will be a fork. Oh,
Peaks on f5. Wow.
He wants
g5?
to. Yeah, king f8. Oh wait, the rook is defended.
The rook is hanging.
Even that just wins. I guess b5 at the end, but no, that's not serious. Yeah, just queen g5.
Yeah, it's not enough.
Does Pragg realize? I didn't see that the rook was defended at first. I feel like Pragg might be falling into the same illusion. Otherwise, he would have played queen g5 a year ago. Doesn't play it.
Oh.
Okay, but just
wow.
take the bishop.
Okay. Yeah, it's the same.
Enough.
I mean, this is a crushing as well.
Christopher trying his best at queen f. I mean, this is absolutely and utterly hopeless. Queen g4, knight e3.
Yeah, this is just completely dominating the position now, and I mean, obviously white is off a piece, but even if you remove one of the pieces off the board, there's still like so much to deal with for black.
It's a great point. Yeah, you can remove the knight and it's still resignable.
Yeah.
With the knight, I mean, knight f5, anything. Just.
Yeah.
All right, Pragg, get on with it. We've got stuff to do. d6, knight d5. Nice idea. Nice idea.
Wow.
d7.
Oh yeah, it takes in d7 and it's over.
Oh
you
yeah.
Can't stop the pawn.
Or the immediate d7. I was thinking.
Ah yeah.
Or DC.
Oh,
yeah, this
okay.
is also good.
Almost anything wins here.
Knight d5.
It should be 7.
Yep, also perfect. And Christopher resigns.
There you go.
A great game by Pragg. White won a game.
A very crucial point, not only because we have a game where white won, but also because Pragg is getting closer to tying down the score.
Yeah, I mean, the first game of each segment is crucial. The last game of each segment might be even more important. And Pragg, as you indicate, he brings the match to within a point. And Christopher, again, he's going to be kicking himself for not being able to milk the clock entirely, leaving a couple of seconds on the match clock. The 5+1 segment is in the books. We are going to go on a short break, let the players catch their breath and refill their beverage of choice. Wow, this is a close match as predicted. Both players trading punches. And now they're going to take a breather. You're watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. We will be back with the 3+1 segment in just a couple of minutes.
Okay, so I didn't realize that you can't play A8.
Takes rook d2 or rook b2, and then you just take the pawn on b4.
Oh, king of 6, rook b4, bishop e7. Only chance. If you go rook 6 b4, it's bishop e7.
But then rook b8, and then black gives up an exchange, and he's got chances. 5 to 7 4 seconds. How does he win?
Oh my, he doesn't know it's bishop e7. There's chances.
Take e7.
Play rook b1. Play rook b1. If you play rook b1,
rook 28.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! That didn't just happen. Oh. Oh my god.
I've never seen anything like this in my life.
Oh, and he is just destroyed emotionally right now.
Oh my god.
How?
What in the world? I didn't even see the mate.
Me neither.
Classified trading is a game really that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.
The Women's Speed Chess Championship is returning this May. The WSCC is the most important online tournament for titled women in the world. Stay tuned to chess.com for all the action, which begins in May.
Absolutely. That's going to be a really fun event. We are watching another very fun event, the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. Christopher Yu facing off against Pragg. Let's have a look at the Smarter Chess Stats brought to you by chessgoals.com. The 5-minute portion is in the books, and I'm proud to report, Anamai, that Smarter Chess was wrong. Very wrong, because Christopher's leading by a point.
Yeah, it's very interesting to note. It's not a very big difference, but it does say almost the opposite of what the prediction is saying. We see that at the 3+1 prediction, we have a 5-5 tied score as a prediction. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a very back and forth match. You know, good opening preparation from the black side. In that last game, I feel like you cannot overstate how important that win was for Pragg. Gave him a lot of confidence, gets him to within a point. And for Christopher, it's going to be very important just to wipe the slate clean and, get off to a good start in the 3+1. I'm not too sure who actually benefits from the time, from the 5-minute portion becoming the 3-minute. I don't think either of them necessarily minds that. But they have to make that adjustment, and they're playing the same opening that they did at the start of the 5+1 portion.
Right. Yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't feel like there's a big difference between the two players when it comes to the time situation. Both players have been spending a lot of time here and there. In this game, they've been spending a lot of, white player was spending a lot of time. In the next game, the other player was spending a lot of time. So I think it's pretty balanced. I don't think either side has a really big preference in this time control. So I'm curious to see how the games are going to turn out to be, because now if you're spending over minutes early on in the game, that's going to hurt you a lot later on in the game, because now we're at the 3+1 portion. Yeah,
no more deep thinks. I mean, you rarely see, even a 30-second think is pretty radical in a 3-minute game.
Right.
Yeah, but it looks like Pragg is slightly better out of the opening. That pawn on d5 is really worrying me.
Yeah, and the pawn d5 is a bit weak. Queen b5 is attacking 2 pawns now. So Pragg needs to deal with that. How do you deal with that? I mean, don't see a way to defend that pawn d5 other than pushing d4, but that doesn't seem like the right move.
No, b7 also hanging, queen announcing its presence. Hello. Greeting the b pawn and the d pawn. Hi, I'm the white queen. I want to eat you. And Christopher, I mean, maybe queen c7 here. I would give up the d pawn between the b pawn and the d, because the problem is you might end up giving up the b pawn and then still losing the d pawn.
Yeah, d5 is like almost a permanent weakness. So if you get rid of it now, at least you'll keep the b7 pawn, which is safe and sound for now.
Whoa.
But Pragg goes for the d4 move.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Christopher is white, of course, here. I
Yeah.
misspoke a little earlier.
No worries.
There was a game, I think there was one JSCC matchup where it came down to the very last game. This was not this year. This was like 2 years ago. And I literally thought that the colors were reversed. So the entire time I was saying the wrong person is winning. And then I realized, and it was so embarrassing.
Yeah, that happens. Yeah, I mean, you can't do much about that. But yeah, I have to keep checking, like, who is playing which side. You switch so often, it's really easy to forget at the very moment.
Right. And black is, in my expert opinion, black is a pawn down.
Yeah.
That was a very profound observation.
Yeah. We just say more like 1.5. Because of the double pawns on the b file, and I don't really see. I mean, you can't defend both of them. Like, you can play bishop c5, you can defend the b7 pawn with the rook, but you do not want to defend it with the rook. It's gonna be very passive.
the moment white gets something to the b file or gets something to c7, black is going to pay the price for these double pawns. You're right. No, this should be Pragg. Again, I misspoke. Christopher Yu should be able to win this game, but it's an end game, and we know how complicated these can be. And I think for Christopher, I'm cursed. This is unbelievable. For Pragg, he should try to. I don't know why this is happening in this game specifically.
I have an explanation. It's a bit new to see white winning here, and I think you just want to specify that in a way.
Yeah, it's so alien to talk about white having the advantage. But I think for Pragg, he's got to get his bishop active, and he has to try to put it to f6, which is why Christopher is not. Wow, I said it correctly. Which is why Christopher is not taking on f6. In fact, he played e6, but now he has to find a way to defend that pawn. Ooh, great move.
Wow, creating that really nice square on f5, but f5 is not it. Allowing 95, 97,
G5.
G5 even.
It ends the game, and he sees it in a millisecond.
Wow,
That's puzzle
king
rush.
takes e6, knight c6 check, and you just lose the rook.
And a crushing win by Christopher. We talked about getting off to a good start after that loss. That was a fantastic game by Christopher Yu and Pragg. Something went terribly wrong there in the opening as he allowed knight takes d5 and queen b5, and then the move d4 was, made things even worse. Rook
Yeah,
d1,
d4 allowed a lot of opportunities for white. I mean, so resignation, and we move on to the next game. The score is 6-4 now. Not a very big damage for Pragg yet, but losing more games is gonna hurt a lot.
Yes, it is. Pragg going for a relatively peaceful line c3. And then you could play d4 here and get into a reverse like Grunfeld, or you could play d3. Yeah, he goes for the King's Indian attack. So d3 and then a3 b4 is typical.
Right. And yeah, we just say d5 is a common idea here to play for black. Do you want to play d6 first?
Yeah, now a4. Carving out the c4 square for the knight and preventing b5.
Right.
Yeah, this is equal objectively, but it's quite rich. The position's quite rich.
Yeah, for sure. I'm expecting a lot of knight maneuvers here. Knight c4, knight e3 could be an idea. You could also play knight c4, queen b3, but seems less promising because of bishop e6.
Yeah, and of course the King's Indian idea would be to prepare f4, which we've seen before. Black in turn could play f5. b3, I think what he wants is bishop b2 and d4, but I don't like it. Yeah, d5, very well timed by Christopher. This pawn is now a huge weakness. Ugh.
Yeah, but at the same time, e5 is also a big target. Rook e1.
That's true, but it can be... Oh, wow.
Oh, e4 right away.
C3.
Wow.
Okay, queen t3. Christopher's all over him here. Look at this.
Wow, the queen on d3. It feels like the queen does not belong there. Like, it's like, surely there must be a piece that can attack that queen and cause problems to that queen. But nope. I mean, knight b2, queen c2 maybe. So knight. Okay, maybe that's not the idea, but knight
e5 is a good move.
Exactly.
e5 is a good move. Shutting down the bishop. He still goes knight e2. Bishop d5 and queen takes f3 is the threat also. Ooh.
Ooh.
Knight d4.
Knight d4.
My goodness.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's just crushing. What do you do here with whites? Like, you're just standing here like, okay, all the pieces are just coming after me.
Yeah, c2 is hanging b3. I mean, the eval bar is only giving, relatively speaking, a slight advantage and is offering a very like robotic defense. Knight takes d4, and now just bishop e4, giving up b3 and then taking a5. So again, I'm having a hard time with the arrows, but bishop e4 here might be the only move. Let's see if Pragg can find it.
Yeah, bishop e4, it seems like white will be able to bounce back. Knight takes a5, and yeah, it's not over yet.
No, he's staying afloat, and he found a way to attack black's queen, which is the ultimate accomplishment.
Absolutely. Sacrifice the exchange. Okay, knight c2. Yeah,
right. Look at this idea. If bishop takes c2, which is super tempting.
Oh, and bishop
d5.
d5. Bishop h3, there's still bishop e4.
Yeah, that's over. So that's not possible.
Right. Yeah, and you have to give the exchange back.
Yeah, but now queen trade is forced, and white is fully recovered. Completely recovered. This can be a draw.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I would say that the white pair of bishops are doing a great job working together. The bishop is on e4 is sniping the pawn on b7. So if the pawn on e4 was not lost, I was gonna be a little bit worried about black's position. But pawn on e4 is taken, and this should be a very simple draw.
Great defense by Pragg there. It looked overwhelming, but he remained calm, and he found a couple of very, very precise moves in the critical moment. So this game very likely to end in a draw in the next couple of moments. Although maybe white is the one pushing. White's a little bit more active here. That c pawn could be more of a weakness in the strength. Okay, don't miss bishop g2.
Yeah, that's a little dangerous. Would you say that Christopher wants to milk the clock here, like early on in this this match, the portion of the match?
Yes, I think Christopher wants to get to the bullet. And I disagree fundamentally with Smart. No, I agree with Smart. I think Smart just predicted a big result by Christopher in the bullet, and that is the only one aspect of the Smart chess predictions that I agree with. I think if Christopher can get to the bullet even with an even score, he'd be pretty happy.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Pragg has in store for the bullet portion. But yeah, here this is just a dead draw. I think it's really difficult to mess up here. I mean, the c5 pawn blocks so many entries for white. So yeah, it's really difficult to break through here.
Yeah, we're gonna get a bunch of pawn trades, and one way or another, we might get a draw for sometime soon. King takes f4 also possible. But okay, oh, you know what? Funny mating construction would be. Okay, never mind. Black at f5, bishop g4, h5, and bishop h6 mate.
Ooh. Oh, that's nasty.
But okay. I mean, okay.
Yeah, okay, doesn't trade the bishops. Yeah, no rush, I guess. Yeah, they're just taking it easy.
Pragg wants to win the pawn, but even if he wins the pawn, even if they trade bishops and he wins the pawn, it's still a drawn pawn endgame.
Should be, yeah.
Christopher, though, he wants to make sure that he doesn't put himself in any jeopardy. I like the move c3. Okay, never mind.
Not gonna happen.
No.
But yeah, are we gonna see any progress here on the king side? Like you would say maybe there's gonna be some progress with g4, g5, but since there's a pawn on c4, there shouldn't be any progress. Okay, there we go.
Unless one side blunders their bishop and bear kings. I can respect a game that ends in bear kings, but that was a pretty level. After Pragg recovered, that there were really no more chances. Okay, so 6.5, 4.5, 2 games in the books. And let's see what opening we have here. A Rosolimo Sicilian with knight g7.
Okay, we're not going to see any crazy g4 or rook g1 moves, so we're back to theory.
Maybe we'll see h5 or g5.
Still possible, yeah.
Okay, Christopher thinking, I mean, yeah, this pawn on d4 is kind of a thorn in white's side, so I see a lot of players I think that the theoretical move here is c3 or d3 and then c3 a little later.
Right. Would you say you are worried about the bishop on b5, like getting stuck on the queen side?
A little bit, yeah. Bishop b3, and then the bishop sort of staring at the e6 pawn. On the other hand, later on you could consider f4, f5, much like in sort of the Sozin variation of the Najdorf.
Right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and knight a5 was a possible move if you really want to get that bishop.
Okay, so there's f4. He might not. He doesn't have to play f5 straight away. He might just keep the pawn on f4 for a while. Pragg gets his bishop out to d6.
It kind of inviting e5.
Yes,
feels really tempting to me. Yeah, but yeah, it opens the diagonal for the bishop. But I've yet to see like how Black can actually make use of that. And he goes for e5, and maybe we're gonna see knight d2, knight e4.
Exactly. I think that's the reason Christopher played. I think he's saying, okay, yes, I'm opening up the bishop, but I give myself this really nice knight square, and that's why Pragg played bishop before. He wants to play with tempo. And now he's got the knight pin, so he's bought himself a little bit of time that he can use to develop and maybe play the move f5, trying to prevent. Yeah, I mean, rook f1, obviously preparing knight e4. I would play f5 here, maybe.
Yeah.
But then on Passau, he just takes the knight.
Oh wow, okay, and plays f6, very solid. But does this allow for some f5 moves? Yeah, I was gonna say maybe takes an f6 first was a bit more accurate, but
yes.
f5 is indeed a very logical move.
But you're exactly right. He rushed it. He should have taken here first. And f5 is actually really bad for Black because bishop g5 is coming. And this is not fun. But anyway, so they have a big trade. So in this position, Pragg took. And this is not as impressive as he takes f6 first.
Right. Yeah, it looks very like the pawns look very much like a cover for Black. And I don't see yet how White can easily attack on the king side. But okay, pair of bishops. You could put the bishop on f5.
Yes.
There's definitely some chances for White.
Exactly. I remember Efim Geller had a bishop like this in the 1973 edition of the Piatigorsky Cup.
Okay.
We saw that at the same time.
Interesting fact there. Okay, bishop d5 trades off the bishops, and yeah, this is looking much more okay for Black.
This is sort of fizzling out. I mean, might get another trade, and you might get another balanced heavy piece endgame. I would still prefer White just by a smidge, just because it seems like White's got pressure on both sides of the board. But if Pragg makes one or two careful moves, he shouldn't have too many problems. Offering the queen trade, he'll have to recapture with the knight.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe Christopher can start shenanigans down the A file. I don't know.
Yeah, I've yet to see like the power of that bishop on f4. Like it is dominating that knight, is not able to move to too many squares. But what do you do with this bishop? Like the best I can see here is attacking the pawn d4. But yeah, you still need to spend a few moves on that.
So currently Black is not threatening this because of the back rank, but what Black is threatening is the move g5, making lufts with tempo.
Yeah, so I guess bishop g3 is the move that you should really consider in this position. But it goes to rook a7 instead. Very active approach.
Rook b7. There's that g5 move, so you might get a mutual destruction of the queen side. Oh, rook b8.
Oh, offering the trade.
He wants I think your idea. He wants to go after the d pawn with his bishop from a7, but Black has knight d8 and knight e6, so the knight is good at defending these kinds of pawns. Then Black can play f5. To prevent the white king. In fact, I think you should do that quickly to prevent the white king from getting to e4.
Yeah, and you would say that in this position, the bishop is much better, not only because it's attacking the pawn d4 and the knight has to defend, but also because the pawns are spread out over the board, so the bishop has more things to do, rather than this knight can't really go from one side to the other side very quickly. But the pawns on the king side, they're very well placed, and it's not really easy to see what White can do against this. White is trying to play h4, but you can just simply defend it by playing h6, and nothing is going on.
Yeah, he's trying to carve out pathways for the white king. Wow, Pragg just ignores it and focuses on getting his king active. Very interesting idea.
Okay.
I don't know about that. King f3. I guess h5, h4 you can push.
It doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right to have so many pawn islands. Like Black has literally 4 pawn islands.
Wait
you don't see that often.
Pragg is giving up territory. I mean, it's still a draw. Still White shouldn't be able to make progress, but I guess Christopher could try c3 at some point. It's painful to get rid of Black's biggest weakness, but at least that will give him a passer.
Yeah, the biggest problem here is that the king of white is not able to infiltrate in black's position. There's no king e5, and how else do you go with the king inside? I mean, you can't, even if you're able to go around, go to b3, how do you get there? You can't go to c4.
Yeah, that knight is a hero, and that's a very tilting situation to be in when you're like so close. Like if you go king e5, you're winning, but you just can't quite squeeze through, and you have no machinery with which to attack the knight. Christopher playing for a win here. I mean, he gives black a passer, though. This could get a little bit dangerous, although with such a bishop, white should never lose the game.
Yeah, also 15 seconds on the clock. He has to speed up as well.
But then he h4, and he's got to be... Then he actually does have to be careful. Bishop b6, tricky move, trying to get black in Zugzwang. Look at how does he do it in Pragg? Oh, but Pragg's the one with 56 seconds. Christopher has 6 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, he sacrifices the pawn on h5, but knight b4, putting pressure on the pawns.
No, but DC and knight c and d3, and black is the only one who can win this. King c4, and bishop d4 does defend, but Pragg is going to win that pawn. He's going to have chances.
Yeah, and king e4 with a beautiful move to cut off that king from moving closer. It will get closer, but this is much more beneficial for black. Bishop b4 trying to stop that pawn, but yeah, what do you do? Is there king c4, I guess? But you can't really push that pawn.
It's a draw. It's a draw.
It should be. It should be a draw.
Bishop a5, but Christopher with 1 second, he's just got to play fast and avoid pre-moving because it's so easy to blunder the bishop in these situations.
Knight d5 is, I think, a very practical move.
Yes, yeah, hoping for bishop b4 pre-move. And he wants a 4. No. But I don't even see a way to prevent king e2, king e1. So that is a safe.
Knight d3.
Oh!
What? I blinked. I looked away just on my left to see the bishop disappear.
Oh. He literally blundered his bishop. There's no need to pre-move. I mean, he literally did the one thing you can never do in those situations. That is a really painful loss for Christopher, who overpressed and probably was a little bit frustrated that he even had to defend that position in the first place. And you can see the consternation there. Wow.
Well, we have a score of 6.5 to 5.5. Pragg is getting closer to equalizing the score, but he's not there yet. But this is definitely a really good win for him. And I'm curious to see what he has for the next game. We are back to Sicilian position. And yeah, what do you think? Who is doing better here?
Well, first of all, very important not to tilt here for Christopher. These games after a painful loss like this are absolutely critical. And Christopher, you know, in all my time knowing him, is very level-headed. He's not going to tilt. In terms of who's better here, I think, you know, black is fairly comfortable. a6. This looks like a pretty typical Shevin-Ingen structure. It's just double-edged. I would go a6, though. I wouldn't procrastinate on this move, because otherwise white goes knight b5 and forces you to give up the bishop.
Yeah, I think it's a very important move too. But yeah, knight g4, knight e5 is a very nice maneuver. Pragg goes for queen e2, and after knight e5, probably follows it up with f4, putting more pressure on that knight. Yeah, it's a very balanced position. I've yet to see where this bishop on c1 is going to develop to, because bishop f4 obviously runs into e5, so you don't want to face that. But you don't have bishop e3, you don't have bishop g5, so where do you go? I think you just stay.
I have a funny story on the topic of bishop f4. If we can bring up the live board really quickly, because it involves some moves. I was teaching at a camp a couple of years ago to the highest group, which were 2,000 to 2,200 students, and I was talking about opening preparation, did a lecture on opening preparation, and I was able to convince the entire group that Morozevich, who is known for his creative novelties, recently played bishop f4 with the idea of sacrificing. And I'm not kidding, and everybody believed me. I was doing an experiment, and the reason I was telling that story is I was doing another lecture on not trusting your opponent just because they're, you know, like they have a high rating, and you know, I did this meta experiment. Anyways, it was pretty funny. Good times. And that's when everybody realized I'm just a clown.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I had some sort of similar situation, not per se against a much stronger opponent, but I was like in like some very well-known like Sicilian position, and suddenly my opponent plays something that's really like strange. I know it's not a move, but I don't know how to punish it. I was like, huh? How is my opponent doing this? I mean, assuming that my opponent played this Sicilian for years. But yeah, I didn't trust my opponent. I was thinking there must be something here. So really important to not trust your opponent too much.
Yeah, especially you always tell yourself these, they're experienced in these positions. There's no way they blundered here. But okay, so Christopher breaking in the center with d5. I mean, obviously that allows e5, and I think he wants knight e4. That's also quite typical. And then b4 to eat away at white's queen side. Interesting idea.
Yeah, and after bishop takes e4, which is a very logical move, d takes e4, you would say that the pawn on e4 is very vulnerable, but you're not going to be able to attack that pawn as much as you would want to, because after the bishop moves, like you can attack it with the queen, but queen b7 and bishop c6, and there's many ways for black to defend that pawn, and it's gonna be super annoying for white.
And even if white wins the pawn, it's still, without the light squared bishop, you're always gonna have problems on the king side. And you are a French player, right?
Correct.
So these kinds of structures, my condolences. These kinds of structures are I mean, you would feel right at home here. And the thing is, very often you get these kinds of things in the French where it looks visually appealing for white, but black has a lot of play with f6. And I was going to say b4, but now the queen side has gotten locked up.
Yeah, absolutely. And we will be able to see the power of the light squared bishop being unleashed later in the game. I strongly believe.
The light. Right. Oh, yeah. Another thing that you can relate to, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm always being made fun of my light squared bishop, but I keep telling everyone. Yeah, you see, there you go.
That's
bishop
right.
e5.
Take that, people who make fun of the light French bishop. Take that. Bishop b5. That's a great move. But wait a minute. I guess white can sack the exchange or pretend to sack the exchange because he obviously missed before. But wait, and now is there
e3?
Whoa!
Knight takes d3
Another
right
sack.
away?
And he's just going for the c-file attack. And that apparently is the best move. Christopher's on a roll. Rook b3. He's got the passer. That might have been wrong, though. I think rook c4, queen takes c4.
What? It's so risky.
B5, but white also has a passer.
It's crazy. The bishop on f8, we wanted to do something. I guess it's defending the pawn on a3 now, so that counts for something. But because of the fact that white has almost like 3 minor pieces like in the game, like this bishop on f8 isn't doing much. Okay, now it's in the game on c5. But I feel like white has a lot of counterplay here. The minor pieces are very actively placed. So yeah, and the rook, like you want the rooks to be connected. The king g1 is a very funny move. What? Oh my goodness.
Was that if that was a mouse, but no, that was maybe, that a mouse because queen d1 was a weird move. A rook c2.
Either rook c2 or queen d1.
Oh my god.
Wow. And
2 games in a row, we now have crazy things happening and they're canceling each other out. Last game, it was Christopher with a bad pre-move. This time, the Botez Gambit by Pragg. Unbelievable. Yeah. With time on the clock, too. It wasn't that short of time.
And, I believed him so much that at first I was like, surely there must be something here for white. Surely there was something.
Our first Botez Gambit of the match. Important moment.
Don't think it's going to be the last one. We still have the bullet portion to go through.
That is a good point. That is a very fair point.
Okay, well, the knight on c4. Yeah, we're back to this line. Knight on c4 looking really nice and being kicked away now. But I'm not liking black's pawn structure. It feels so vulnerable to me.
Yeah, queenside pawns can be attacked in many different ways. I suppose you could go to with b3, what you're saying. Wait a minute. DC and knight d4.
Checkmate in one.
No,
hey,
but
bishop takes c5. Oh yeah, it's my sorry. My bad.
That would be the
I was really like I was really looking forward to that.
Right, you were rearing to go again using the power of the light squared bishop.
Yeah, you see, you see where it comes from.
I do. We've diagnosed the underlying issues here.
Anyways, queen b8 defending. I was gonna say defending the pawn, but bishop takes f3. There's a lot going on there.
Yeah, that's actually a very ingenious defensive construct. Bishop f3, and now the point is if knight d6, bishop b2, and the queen is overloaded, you can take e2, but then you lose d6. And if you play, then bishop is also overloaded, you lose the knight. And if you take with the pawn, then you lose the other pawn, and your king side is ruined. So
yeah, you'll lose the king at one point, I think.
Yes, you will. Christopher taking on b5 with the bishop, so trying to avoid those issues, and bishop f3 can be met now with queen takes f3, keeping his structure intact.
Yeah, and what would you say about those pawns on the queen side? Like, they are two passers. Are you actually able to move them forward and create some sort of advantage because of it?
I think if you get into an endgame, you definitely can, as long as it's, the queens remain on the board. And knight e5, a very nice move, by the way, creating threats. As long as the queens remain on the board, the b2 pawn might actually be more of a weakness than a strength.
Right. Yeah. So far, like, the pawns are not moving. b2 is still a weakness, but it can easily go to b4. But yeah, we get to see where the pawns, how the pawns are going to move forward.
This is a very problematic move for Christopher because knight e5, bishop e5 threatens both bishop takes d4 and bishop takes h2. The bishops are beastly in this scenario. The bishop on b5, kind of awkward. And he brings it back, but he gives up b2. There's also knight eg4, and this is getting really scary for white.
Ooh, yeah.
The queen b2 is going to come, and white's position starting to crumble a little bit here.
Yeah, you have another knight to deal with. Like, after knight takes e3, f takes e3, knight g4, like another knight comes in, and that's a lot of problems for white.
Bishop c1. Ooh. Wait, that loses. What does that lose to?
Bishop takes h2.
King h1. And is there some tactic here? Knight e4. Oh,
knight e4. Black f2 is the undefended.
White. This is done. Wait, knight f2.
Where's the win?
Bishop g. I mean, there's so many moves here, and it's so hard to actually figure out.
Maybe just bishop g3 after takes.
Very nice. Very clinical for Pragg. This is over. He's going to win the rook and the queen and mate. It's all coming. It's all crashing down. Very
impressive attack here. Like, the pawns on the queen side just look silly right now.
Come back to g4. Take the bishop and then take the rook. That's a funny little maneuver. Okay, he's just taking all of white's pieces.
Okay, going all in. Maybe there's some
another bonus
compass. At this point, it wasn't winning anymore. But yeah, it was a good try.
Even if Black didn't see that and played king g8, it's still winning.
Yeah, I think so too.
Wow, a big win for Pragg after a very painful loss, and he brings the match back to within a point. And we're already at the halfway point of the 3+1 portion. Somehow these 30 minutes flew by a lot faster than the first 45 minutes of the match. You get that feeling too?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it has to do with the time control being much shorter. The games are having a much faster pace. And yeah, we're seeing the blunders come up more.
We really are. And both players, they're having their good moments. They're having some their not so good moments. But you do not want to miss the rest of this match because it's only a 1-point match. Players continue to trade blows, lots of tactics. This has been as entertaining as advertised. We will let the players catch their breath. Don't go anywhere. We will have the rest of the 3+1 portion on the other side of the break. You're watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. We'll be back in just a couple of moments.
Yeah, this is not what you want. Rook b5. You have to play like this.
Could this be a draw?
It should be, but I'm worried. Even if Fabiano's ahead in the clock, I'm worried for his time.
Yeah, but if you might play rook takes c5 at some point.
Oh!
What
Sorry.
an idea!
Okay, but it actually helps black
But
out.
it's not. It's going with the a file. Now black's got activity. No, it's going to backfire for Fabi. Knight takes a4. Now Sergey's rooks are streaming in.
Yes, here comes the first one, and then the second one, rook g1 check. I think he missed rook g1.
F6, huge.
Queen a7. Queen a7.
Queen h6. Now Fabi's queen is running amok.
Okay, c5.
It's c5. Here comes on the other side. D6.
D6.
No.
Queen e4 mate. It's mate. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Look at Fabiano. You always say you drink water when you do something right. That is the Fabiano finale, the knockout punch. That is checkmate on the board, and Fabiano sails through.
Welcome to my world. Time to attack!
A knight on the rim is grim. Are you sure you know what you're doing?
Welcome back to the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. The Chess Kid question of the day asks whether you've ever lost to someone who's younger than you. Tell us the story and be in to win a Chess Kid Gold membership. Well, in my case, I'm now pretty old in chess terms, so the answer is a very emphatic yes. And Amaya, we've both been on both sides of that. We've beaten older players, we've lost the younger players. What about you?
Yeah, me too. There was for a very long time, I was the younger player, but at some point you start to play against the players that are much younger than you. And yes, I have lost against someone younger than me. But yeah, no shame in that. It just means that youngsters are just doing a great job.
Yeah,
it happens.
It happens, and I think Hess and I were discussing on an earlier broadcast that people who don't have much chess experience, they come in and think it's like the most embarrassing thing in the world to lose to like a 9 or 10-year-old. But in fact, chess players don't think of it that way. And age is honestly not factored into the question. Like you, at least in my case, I really don't care. You know, I don't like losing, but I'm equally disgusted at losing to a 70-year-old and a 7-year-old, you know?
Absolutely. Yeah, and you should really not underestimate those younger players. They're often also very underrated, so got to be really careful.
Indeed. Well, speaking of younger players, we've got you against Praggnanandhaa. They're locked in a very tight match, 7.5, 6.5. In Christopher's favor, next game is beginning. And we've got a Hikaru-esque opening here for white. We'd like to thank Hikaru for the raid a little bit earlier. I think Pragg is playing this opening in Hikaru's honor.
Right, yeah. Probably. C4. So we just say, I was gonna say maybe there's D4, a possible move in that position, but D takes C4 was taken right away. And yeah, I'm curious to see if white wants to take over the center by playing D4 or wants to postpone that for a little while.
It's a good question. And in terms of postponing it, you could play Queen E2 first and then Rook C1, Rook D1. But I don't know. I feel like white should play. The principled move is definitely to play D4 immediately.
Yeah.
But
yeah, maybe it's not maybe you're not in a rush just yet. But yeah. I was gonna say like you maybe like E5 counters it, but you don't want to play E5. That's
it's kind of weakening.
Yeah.
And white could also play D3, but I was gonna say him not playing D4 is like me studying for exams. I could do it in the last. Like I don't have to do it now. Come on.
Oh, we can all relate to that. Absolutely.
Yeah, you can always do it. You know, about an hour before.
Yeah, works fine. No, in chess, patience is really important.
Right.
So you could also look at it this way.
Right.
Yeah, something we learned new in chess today.
I love Pragg's bishops here. Knight G5 could be okay. So he does play E5, but I don't think he plays it because he loves the concept of it. It's more to shut out the bishop.
Yeah, exactly. And now the knight went all the way to G3, so knight D5 is not a big issue anymore. But D5 is still a square that it can be really annoying. Like white can make use of it. The bishop is now on D5. Not the best piece to have on that square, but I think it will still pose some problems.
Knight B4 is a great move, and you know, if only white had A3, and that would have changed completely the tenor of the game. Pragg, okay, he takes on D5 with the E pawn, so his idea is very clear. He wants to go after Christopher's E pawn, but Christopher could consider the move E4, and then his bishops could become, you know, a headache for white, or even more than a headache.
Yeah, how the tables turn. So I'm guessing I mean, it's black to move, so I'm guessing E4 is a really straightforward move. But do you want to do it right away, or do you want to be patient? And
there's our answer. I thought B5 was also quite interesting, but he doesn't mince his words. He plays E4. Now Pragg could respond with Rook E1, but you know, Christopher could then follow up with Rook B8. Eventually, the reckoning will come. Eventually, you're going to have to move the knight.
Yeah, exactly. And the queen doesn't really have nice squares. Like ideally, you wouldn't want to place the queen on G5 or H4, but the knight is covering those squares. So probably I'm expecting the queen to go through F7 to G6. Or if the knight moves right away, you'll be able to go there right away.
Right. Yeah, immediate queen G5 or queen H4. I think that's what he's deciding between. It's definitely very, very promising for black. Oh,
well,
he goes for your idea. I think he wants his queen on a more well-defended square, and also,
right.
I don't know what I was going to say, but I just said also because I wanted to buy myself time.
The E4 pawn is under attack.
Right. Black has 2 bishops and white only has 1.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and the more the position opens, the more it will benefit for black, because the bishops will be able to do more in the position.
Right. What
how do you continue?
Well, he drops the queen back to G6. It would be nice if you can get f4, f3 in, but the e4 pawn, it becomes a problem. I mean, it is a problem, and currently there's a lot of tension in the center. Who is the first one who's going to release that tension, and who will it benefit?
Is there maybe some f4, f3?
Yeah, I'm thinking the
like
same
right
thing.
Away?
I'm even thinking rook takes e4 and f3,
Ooh.
creating a lobster pincer situation.
Yeah, that's even more dangerous. This limits you from playing f4. Okay, he's focusing on the other side of the board now.
Yeah, striking at white's pawn chain with b5. I mean, I like that. He's playing on both sides, making it as difficult for white as possible, but he's down to 30 seconds. And Pragg, he's trying to get counterplay with knight h5.
Ooh.
I like it.
Yeah, that's not too bad. And luckily for Chris, after rook takes e8, there's still bishop takes c8. You're completely fine. Maybe queen takes e8 is also fine, but I wouldn't want to risk that. That's maybe a bit much.
Yeah, he goes h3, takes the slow approach. Christopher, rook e4, great move, putting the rook on a defended square. The other rook cannot move just yet because g7 is hanging, but if you want, you could play bishop e8. Whoa, because rook h4, what a rook lift.
And where does the knight go?
I guess g3 is the only square, not a square that you want to put it on, but and then there's like f4, rook takes h3. All of a sudden, white's in trouble.
Yeah, there's a lot of tactical opportunities in this position. Knight takes g7.
Whoa! Wait, what's the follow-up? No, but he's not even threatening anything.
Rook d4.
What a move. Shutting out the bishop. Oh, bishop h2.
Oh, what a nice spot by Christopher.
I mean, he saw that all in a millisecond. Now he's just going to be up a piece or a rook. It's over.
Yeah, it's a very typical puzzle tactic.
And he can even take another pawn on d5. He does. Look at how the bishop and the rook are doing a phenomenal job covering all of the infiltration squares, eliminating counterplay.
Yeah, wow. And this seems to be game over for Pragg in this game.
Another one bites the dust. Rook takes g2 is coming. It's all over. I think he'll resign here and now. Oh, queen g8. It doesn't even give him the satisfaction of.
Oh, if the rook moves, it was checkmate in two.
How many pawns is he going to take? Is he going to take another one on f3? He is. Pragg. He's threatening. Wait a minute. Wait a second. He's threatening rook takes g7. Okay, Christopher moves his pawn out of the way, which is very alert.
Close call.
He was threatening a perpetual, by the way, with queen e8, queen h5, queen e5.
Wow. Yeah, this rook on d4, it's like rock solid.
Can you move the king? No, but then you walk into another pin. No, but now. Whoa!
Wait a second.
Oh my god. What was the move though? What was the move there?
I'm not entirely sure, but this is not it. Giving up the rook.
Genius by Pragg. And I was taking off Christopher's pawns. Wait, Pragg could have won. Oh my god. And Pragg could have played queen f8 and queen d6, winning the bishop. Unbelievable. It's going to be a draw though. He could have literally won the game. What a comeback though. He makes a half a point out of that.
What a turnaround.
Wait, we gotta pull that up real fast. And because at that point, I feel like the eval bar was still showing a win for Pragg, for Christopher, but where was the win? So here, Pragg taking on c5, and all of a sudden the rook has lost its protection. I don't see it. Maybe rook d2 check.
I wasn't sure.
I think it's this because I feel like the king should escape the checks, but it's clear that it's become a lot more complicated. And a little bit earlier on, I think h6 instead of h5 on my. I think this was the key because now there's no rook g5. h5, seemingly no difference, but h5 is what opened all of this up. Unbelievable.
Yeah, such a tiny, minor detail, and it makes such a big difference despite the material difference. Such a crazy game.
Pragg quieted me down. I mean, I thought he was going to resign, and it just didn't seem like there was a single chance. These games are always incredible.
It's not over until it's over, and Pragg showed us that today. We're moving on to the next game, and what is going on here? We see another knight on e4 being planted, but yeah, white's pieces are a little bit weirdly placed. I don't really like that.
Yeah, this is another Rossolimo, another this time Pragg going for the g6 variation, which is a little bit more popular than e6. And I think Magnus and Caruana have had a lot of games in this line. So
Right.
very popular at the top level.
Yeah, now there was pressure being put on the pawn on a7, so b6 defends the pawn on a7 because of the queen. Now knight g5, what a very creative move to try to attack that knight on e4.
Yeah, Christopher putting as much pressure as possible. Now, it's not out of the question to just leave the knight on e4, sack a pawn, but there isn't quite enough. So he trades, he goes f6, trying to open up his dark squared bishop. Yeah, I think black is doing completely fine. It's just super solid for both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. F6 is a very unusual move, but you got to do something here. The bishops look very awkward over there, so you want to open up some diagonals there. And they end up trading off the bishops off the board. I would say I like black's position here. That bishop on e6 can be really dangerous.
It definitely can. And it can be dangerous from several different angles. And look at that pawn, and the bishop can anchor that pawn from f5. There's also an exchange sack on f3, which could have been considered. Apparently, better would have been to take on f3. Yeah, the exchange sack and then d2 was really, really strong, but that was hard to see.
Yeah, for sure. E6 is a really nice counter move.
Yes, it is. If you take, you lose d3, so the queen has to move. But then I can snack on the a7 pawn and perhaps get the knight to e5.
Yeah, it's not so simple. I'm guessing you have to move the queen somewhere like b7, but the knight d4 might be an issue, attacking the bishop on f5. Not so clear for black now, so all of a sudden.
No, it's not. And Christopher, he's so good at finding these, these short tactical ideas. Pragg moves his queen to the side. Queen c7. Now, knight e5 does look very appealing, but the rook can move into d8. Goes knight d4. Good move.
Queen f4. I like such attacking active moves. Maybe the knight has to go back, but if you go knight f3, bishop g4 is a problem.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question in my mind that the trade favors white from a positional standpoint. The issue is going to be that f2 is hanging, and white's pieces are not very well equipped to handle the d pawn. So let's see.
Right. Okay. So now there is the f2 pawn is under attack, so white defends that. But at the same time, d3 pawn is hanging, so you gotta make sure to defend that. And at the same time, e7 is hanging as well as a7. Yeah. Everything is hanging.
So maybe rook c2 and just ignore everything and go after the f2 pawn, and he does.
Yeah, I think from a practical point of view, that's much more promising. Posing some threats.
We'll have trade. Queen d3, rook d3, rook b2, rook d7. And we have sort of mutual liquidation here, which is possible. I don't see an alternative for Chris. I mean, he has to take that pawn.
Yeah. I'm curious to see if the pawn on e6 is going to do any damage to black, but I think it's just another weakness of white. At the same time, e7 is also a weakness.
Yeah, and Pragg deciding whether to take on d3 immediately or to keep the tension with rook takes b2, even rook takes f2 is possible. It doesn't blunder any pieces, as far as I can tell. Of course, I'm often wrong. He keeps the queens on the board. Pragg signaling his intentions. He's trying to play this for a win. But wait, rook d2?
Yeah, rook d2 looks like a very simple defense.
I think he just forgot about that move.
Right.
Did Pragg. Now he's the one defending.
Yeah, maybe you still have rook f6 because after queen d8 check, you're still defending the pawn on e7.
King g7. Now let's see if Christopher makes some luft with g3 or h3.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense at this point. Both players doing pretty fine on the clock. Nothing too crazy. Not a big difference.
b4 attacking the queen. That makes sense as well. Rook e1 probably will defend the e6 pawn. No, he goes queen d7.
Oh, okay. Sacrifices the pawn. Okay, but this being captured back. Rook f6.
Yeah, black should be able to draw this. Queen c5, tying down. That's an instructive move. Tying down white's rook to the f2 pawn and making it very hard for Christopher to make any progress whatsoever.
Exactly. And after queen d2, you're obviously taking the pawn on e6, so the queen doesn't have many squares left either. Rook f5 is preparing rook d5, I believe. Yeah.
Queen E8, rook back to F5.
You gotta be careful.
As you do. No Botez gambits here as both players move into a time scramble, 20 seconds. For white,
they gotta speed up now. Are we gonna see H5, H4?
We probably will. I feel like these moves are always played in these types of positions as Pragg goes after the pawn straight away. We might also see a repetition. I don't
what
see
about King F6?
But that might not even be necessary. Like Rook D5, yeah, it's a repetition.
Okay. All right, moving on to the next game. Still a 1 point deficit.
Indeed, with 15 minutes left in the 3-minute segment. As we move toward the bullet. Important couple of games left to be played here.
Absolutely. I really feel like it's going to come down to the very last game at this stage. But I'd be curious to see how different things will be, if they're going to be any different in the bullet portion.
Yeah, it's so hard to say. It's a complete toss-up. This match, in general, is very likely to go down to the last like 1 or 2 games. You just get that sense. All right, so a very peaceful opening. Pragg has been relying on these knight f3 openings to get the game into positional waters, but this just looks so equal.
Yeah,
it's so boring.
Yeah, there's a lot of trades happening, barely any center left, and yeah, both players have like the space advantage they want, they need to have a decent position. So yeah, not much going on here.
Yeah, I'm not too impressed with this opening for white, but maybe that's part of Pragg's approach. He just wants a quiet position. He wants to drag these games out, but this is not going to trip Christopher up. Okay, so bishop d3. Wait, knight g4 is always quite unpleasant in these positions.
Oh yeah, there we go again. Yeah, same type of pattern
exactly.
we see in the previous game, where I believe Christopher was with the black pieces.
I don't know why he didn't play knight g4. That might have forced g3.
Yeah, and if you can force g3, then the bishop on b7 is doing a phenomenal job on that diagonal. It's going to be really annoying for white.
Right. No, the moment you're forcing g3, you can stop calculating and just play it.
Yeah.
Okay, don't miss knight d7.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it's a big threat. See it as one of the ways to deal with that.
Indeed it is. And now white probably going to activate his rook. And d1 seems to be the most logical square. There's some tension in this position. I mean, a lot of pieces are kind of hanging here. You can see the queen making contact with the knight, the rook with the bishop. Both sides have to be careful about various tactical ideas. Yeah, such as c3 takes e4.
Yeah, right. And unfortunately for black, there's a bishop f6 because knight d7 again is still a threat. So yeah, it's not a really pleasant position for black, I would say. Like, there's a lot of threats and opportunities for white.
I was thinking about knight takes f7 in certain positions, but I don't think I can make it work. I mean, you have to consider that stuff, by the way. I'm laughing, but it comes pretty close to working.
Yeah, with the two bishops on the long diagonals, it can definitely be something. But I think you're missing like another knight for this to work.
Yeah, exactly. Like knight f3, g5. If you were playing Bug House, you'd do that in a heartbeat.
Oh, absolutely.
What if you play... No, I was thinking queen g4, but then a5 is hanging. Goes knight d7, so he's cooked. There's going to be about to be some tactic here. Let's see what he's cooked up. Queen c7.
Would you consider taking on h2 just because you can and you're not afraid of g3?
To be honest with you, I just didn't see that was hanging.
Oh, it doesn't take it.
What is Pragg's idea? I can smell that there's something here, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Bishop g7? No. Bishop takes e4, bishop takes e4, and then something there. But what? Queen g4? Is it just queen g4 straight away?
And knight of,
but bishop h2 would have to go king f1. Bishop g6?
Yeah, looks very logical to me.
Oh, queen d4. Oh, that's a fork.
Oh, wow.
But I think even their black is okay because queen d4, you can give up d6 and then play rook c2 at the end of the line, threatening both the bishop and some sort of a back rank mate. Huh.
Maybe you gotta to be careful that if the knight moves, you will be threatening the back rank yourself.
Yes, that's also true. Both sides back ranks are really weak.
It's a little double-sided.
Whoa, now it's winning. E5. And just, wait, E5. What's the move after E5?
You just take the pawn with the knight?
But then bishop takes. I'm seeing the eval bar shot up in white's favor.
Right.
So I'm trying to figure out what's so overwhelming. Oh, I think E5, you just go queen D2.
Well, you just go back and the bishop is pretty much trapped. If E4, then queen D4 back.
Or rook C1. Yeah, and if rook D8, there's knight F6 check. Yeah, it's just
so many tactics.
You know, Christopher has gotten himself in a great deal of trouble, and now knight takes F6 just has to work. It has to.
Ooh, absolutely. Queen takes F6 now, and you cannot defend queen H8. You're just losing the queen. Well, actually, you're not losing the queen. The queen is defended, funny enough.
Rook F8 is a great move. I think queen takes E6 can be considered, but wait, queen H8, queen G7. Where is the... Oh, wait, is there rook D8? No, that doesn't work. What am I saying? The queen is defended.
It looks very cool, though. It looks very cool. I have to give you credits for that one.
It comes so close to work. There's some amazing lines here, but Pragg just going for all the pawns, and now he's going to go rook D7.
Rook D7, yeah.
Resigns.
It's crazy how the pattern works.
Unbelievable. That's a great game by Pragg. Good tactical eye. And he, despite the opening, I was not a great fan of his opening, but once Christopher missed knight G4 on him, I think that was the critical moment. I think that once he missed that chance, things started taking a turn for the worse.
Yeah, the pieces couldn't really work together as well anymore. Bishop takes H2 was not so accurate anymore. And suddenly Pragg was able to take over.
Yep, and now he's...
That's a checkmate.
Giving checkmate, forcing black to give up his queen. And it's over.
Okay, we see resignation. We move on to the next game, and the score is tight. 8.5 to 8.5.
All locked up, and a knight tango variation. All right, I can get behind that.
We're seeing so many different lines today. I'm curious to see if that's part of their prep, or they just want to switch up and confuse the opponent.
I feel like anecdotally, and I'd have to check this, but this year's JSCC has featured a lot more opening diversity within the matches, whereas like in the SCC, we often see players just stubbornly and proudly playing the same thing over and over again, even if it's not working.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's good to switch up. But yeah, unless you end up being in a very uncommon position for yourself and you start to spend a lot of time, which you don't have. So yeah, we see Christopher now spending a lot of time pretty early on in the game. I'm not sure what he's thinking about. Queen C2, he goes for a solid approach. I was going to say maybe there's some E4 move in this position.
Yeah, you can even play it right now. Okay, he takes on E5. He takes a very kind of peaceful, but it doesn't seem like Christopher is at home in these positions. I'm not getting the sense that he's too comfortable here. And I think Pragg has totally equalized. I mean, bishop F5 or bishop G4 can be considered. He's probably deciding where to put his bishop right now. Yeah, he goes bishop G4. He's eyeing the E2 pawn.
Yeah, and the bishop goes all the way to G6, and it's perfectly fine there. It might even stop E4 if white doesn't do E4 now. You just play bishop G6 and good luck playing E4 in the next couple of moves.
Yeah, but now if you play E4, the D4 square gets weak. I mean, there's no great option for white here. I just think black is a little bit better. Christopher going G4 and maybe just knight H4 going after the bishop. E3, knight H4. Pawn E3 to H4.
Yeah, with the errors it's possible. Sadly, the chess moves will not work out.
Dang it. Why can't I do what I want to do? I'm
sorry, Danya. We have to stick to the rules.
So lame. So knight D4 would threaten a fork, but rook E1. Ooh. Oh, knight E2, king F1. Okay.
Yeah, the knight is really nasty over there. And I mean, you can defend the pawn E2 now, but yeah, you couldn't play E3. That would still lose a queen.
Yes, it would. Now B7 is hanging and black has to defend it. But if C6, then E3. And The knight has to drop back to e6. You lose the e5 pawn. Queen b4 by Pragg. Good move.
I like that move. It seems like you're doubling the pawns after it takes queen takes b4 and pawn takes b4. But because of the open a file, black will have a serious advantage over there.
Exactly.
And that's why
right.
it's not being taken before.
Now you can't take e5 because the d2 knight is hanging. No, this is and white's got a lot of weak light squares that he has to worry about. Knight c5, knight d3, rook coming to d8, and he's quite short of time. So Christopher needs to be very careful in this position to keep the balance.
Yeah, you might want to consider playing a3 here. But as you pointed out, after queen takes c3, rook takes c3, something you should be worried about is the move a4. And then b3 might be a problem later on. The knight could jump to c5 all the way to b3. So definitely something you need to be worried about.
Great point. Rook d1, rook d8, reinforcing the threat on the knight.
It's really difficult for white to play here. Knight b1, yeah, you have to play such desperate moves in such positions.
It's just not good. Knight c5 here, by the way, I think works tactically. Because queen takes e5 runs into knight d3 with a fork. Right. He plays it. And Pragg is making moves here. He's making progress. Christopher below a minute. The bishop is also terrible on g2. It's just biting. It's just biting on granite. My arrow drawing today has left a lot to be desired.
White plays a3 anyways, but this time after queen takes c3, there's knight takes c3. Maybe not much better, but at least the knight has a better position and is defending quite a few squares in the center. So, but yeah, knight d3.
The knight goes to b3.
Yeah, it's not really pleasant.
Knight Billy 3, and now he's gonna get the d file. And now what's
positionally this is crushing, but we've yet to see like the actual like blow in this position.
And that's often the very difficult thing, right? About winning these positions. Like everything is great. How do you actually win? Like,
yeah.
Okay, but now Christopher gets b4. Now Christopher is back in the game. And he can play b5 to open up his bishop.
Now we're talking. Exactly. b5 is a serious threat now.
That was a big mistake by Pragg. He should have probably gone knight b6 or maybe even f5, but I feel like he underestimated this b4 move.
Yeah, maybe should have played a4 first before deciding to trade the knights at least. Because if b4 was not possible, the knight is just dominating over that bishop. So I definitely understand the idea behind the move.
Let me tell you something ridiculous. I think if anybody's better, it's Christopher, and he can even play b takes c6 here. In fact, I think he will.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
No, it's a draw. I mean, black's gonna 91 was a nice defensive move, but a very instructive game in terms of understanding that one little idea like b4, b5 can totally change the complexion of the game.
Right. Okay, black does have a passer, but it shouldn't be enough to create any sort of advantage.
Fascinating endgame.
Are we in for another 50 move rule, you think?
Yeah, with 2:30 left in the match, I mean, that would be nuts. I don't even know which one of them necessarily. Oh, wait. White can pretend that he's better here. I don't know why Pragg allowed any of this, to be honest.
Yeah, f6 is some serious threat now. You do have a couple of checks on the king, so it's not a big deal. But
yes,
with the e pawn pushing forward, you might have to be careful here.
It's surprising the amount of times that these endgames are lost, actually, because it's so easy to panic, especially as you get lower on the clock. Let me put it this way. If Pragg ends up losing the c-pawn, I think Christopher's going to win, even though it's still technically a draw. But Christopher, look at how he's king coming to e5 when he hides just in time. But here comes Pragg's king.
Oh, with king g5 or g6? But still,
nice.
You're stuck. Oh, but yeah, there's no check on the king, so... Okay, well...
Okay, king g4.
Very complicated.
Oh, f6 almost works.
Ooh.
King h5. Hide.
Yeah, this is so difficult to defend, especially in the time situation both players are in. Both 10 seconds on the clock.
And anytime white plays king e5, black plays rook e1 and forces the trade of pawns. That's a dead draw, an immediate draw. So I don't think Christopher has any way to make progress here. And it's officially repetition. Last game of the 3-minute segment.
Yeah, the last game. The score is still tight, 9-9. Very impressive score by both players. I think it's impressive that Pragg was able to catch up after being down 1 or 2 points for almost the entire match so far. So he was definitely able to do well and like catch up. But I'm curious to see how he's going to be doing it in the Buddha portion.
Yeah, it's a toss-up. I really can see this going either way. My guess is that if the match is going to be anything like it's been so far, it's going to be very close. And of course, selfishly, that's what we want. You want a close match because we're adrenaline junkies. Oh, old school. This knight g4 line in the accelerated dragon.
Right.
That's been around for at least 50 years.
Oh, impressive.
But
okay.
It's considered better for white. I mean, this rook c1 thing by Pragg is exactly how most modern sources recommend to play this line.
Right. And yeah, f3 is a little bit odd, but you have to do something to defend that pawn on e4. And it's not a big deal, I would say. But typically, you don't want to play f3 in a Sicilian when you're going short castle, that is. Okay, he goes f4 after all.
Put in the Sicilian in parentheses. You don't want to play f3 in the Sicilian, but also in general.
Right.
Now, the downside of this move is that e4 is now a little more tender, and black could go e6, but that, of course, weakens d6. So interesting pawn play here. I mean, black just casually as a pawn, just chilling on h4.
Yeah, that could be a long-term problem because after h3, you just play g3 or even g4 if you really want to.
Right.
So I don't really see like what the pawn is going to be doing there on h4.
Now, black is sort of threatening bishop takes c3 and knight takes e4. Yes, that involves giving up the fianchetto. And here's Pragg, f5, not hiding his intentions. He wants to give checkmate.
Yeah, and you see bishop g5 is an idea.
Very much so. In fact, it's quite a big threat, bishop g5 and f6. I think white is, I wouldn't say crushing, but very close to crushing. Christopher's just not an accelerated dragon player. I don't know why he went for this line.
Yeah, how does black respond here? I'm not entirely sure. Like, can you still go with the plan to take on c3 with the bishop?
Yeah, but then the problem is if we pull up the analysis board really quickly, queen takes c3, knight e4, bishop e4, bishop e4 looks okay. Black looks to be surviving a bishop h6. And you're threatening checkmate and the f8 rook. So black has to give up the exchange and the wheels come off completely.
Yeah, and it's really difficult to defend that. So that's why bishop takes c3 is not going to happen in this position. But what is going to happen instead? I mean, yeah, Christopher is taking a lot of time here, and it makes a lot of sense because whatever you do, like you're just being thrown pawns at.
Yep. Queen e7. So I guess his idea is, I mean, he bites the bullet. He wants to mate bishop g5 with f6. No, bishop f6. Ooh, wait a minute. Takes an b4 and e5. I think you can win a piece. Takes, b4, chase the knight away, and e5 to win the bishop.
Yep, that is a very simple tactic that Pragg will be spotting. And yeah, the position is just falling apart of black.
You can wake him up in the middle of the night and just show him this position. He will see b4 in an instant. It's over.
Absolutely.
He wins the bishop. He wins the game. Knight e4 is also coming. Okay, Christopher trying his best. I guess I should never say that it's over. I haven't learned my lesson.
True. Yeah, we've seen crazy survivals today. But yeah, queen is hanging right now. Knight e4 is a really nice counter move. Yeah, there's many things that white can do here. And I think Pragg is just taking his time because he does have the time to spend and making sure that he doesn't blunder instead.
Right. Yeah, moving the queen is a good idea too.
With a bit too tactical.
Right. And now 94 is up next. 94-ville population. Knight on c4. Okay,
yeah, 95. Okay, nice counter move. The rook is still hanging on c8, but you gotta take care of the queen.
it's totally worst for black. 94. I think 94 queen takes d6 is the easiest.
Yeah.
And then E5 is hanging, everything collapses. Pragg, yeah, he's taking his time. This is a critical game because if he can go into the bullet with a 1-point lead, that sounds so much different than like a 2-point deficit that he was experiencing just a little while ago.
Absolutely. And yeah, queen takes d6 just works for the simple reason that there's 94. Okay, now he also can go to c7,
Fine.
but 94 is just crushing.
Yeah, take the black queen, retire on E4. And enjoy. Okay, rook d7. Wait a minute. I feel like Pragg maybe didn't play this in the best possible way. Now he has to play f6, but now Black's gonna go rook d4, and it's still a game.
Oh, yeah, it's not
very
so
much
simple.
still a game.
It's not so
Christopher
simple.
is a magician. I mean, both of them are magicians.
Yeah.
I guess knight c6 coming back from retirement, and then rook c7.
Yeah, it just works out. Like knight d3, you would say, but the bishop is covering that square. The knight is able to move and then attack the knight. Well, the knight will be attacked by the rook. So it all works out for now.
And it sucks being down a piece. Knight f2 is a great move. Winning another pawn.
Yeah. Okay, if you take rook takes g4 and g2 is still hanging.
Still going for some shenanigans here, but I would even consider that just to simplify a little bit. And with only rooks, Black is really, and bishop on a6 is so nicely played. It's covering all these important squares along the diagonal.
Yeah, really important. And Black is preparing rook d2 and being really scary on the second rank, but Pragg really well defends it with bishop f1, and there's nothing happening on the second rank.
Pragg's gonna take all the juicers now.
Okay, I'm also attacking a juicer on f6.
Yeah, that's a pretty juicy pawn. And Black does have a pawn for the bishop now. It's completely winning. Bishop coming to b5, by the way. More juicers.
Yeah. We can't get enough of them.
Destroying the wooden shield. Okay, nice job. Nice move by Christopher, actually making sure that he can keep a rook on the 7th. But rook d7. Oh, Pragg is relentless. Bishop back to f1, and now he's going to win another pawn. And now it's over.
I'm expecting resignation soon. Yeah, just give a check.
Famous
and then...
last words.
And then suddenly there's a checkmate in one.
Right now he's lost another pawn. He's one last attempt, but Pragg is just calmly taking all of his pawns, including this one.
I got a bit worried about the e-pawn there.
Yeah, he actually would have won the game because White wouldn't have been able to stop promotion. But
yeah,
4 pawns up, Christopher resigns, and that was the last game of the 3+1 segment. Anamaya, Pragg could not be happier at the last couple of games. He's up a point, I think, for the first time this match, and he's in as good a spot as he can be. But Christopher can take consolation in the fact that, it's only a 1-point match.
Yeah, exactly, Danya. He's up 1 point. Going into the bullet portion, it's nice to have at least a little bit of a lead after being down almost the entire match. He definitely showed a great performance in the 3+1 matches. So I'm really curious to see what both players have to show for the 1+1 portion. Me too. We will go on a short break. When we come back, 30 more minutes of bullet you do not want to miss. You're watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. Back with the bullet segment in just a couple of minutes.
I love that move C5. He's just pushing that. Don't stop pushing.
Simple chess, yeah. Look, he's got an escape square. There's no F4. There's nothing aggressive Black can do. Naroditsky, it's looking like he's out right here.
Oh, but take on F4. Oh, rook G8. Oh, my goodness.
Rook B3 is coming.
Oh, is that king mate and rook G4 is mate?
It's checkmate. Oh, my God.
No way.
It's literally forced mate.
Oh, my gosh. And poor Min.
I can't believe that.
I've never felt so devastated for somebody.
Even Danya, his mouth is wide open. He can't believe that's forced mate.
Oh my gosh.
I'm actually in shock, Robert.
Classified trading is a game really that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.
Welcome back to the JSCC presented by SIG. Couple of important announcements. First of all, the next State of Chess.com show is coming up this Thursday, and it's going to be big. We can't give you any spoilers, but there are a couple of massive announcements coming up, so don't miss it. Join I Am Danny Wrench starting Thursday, April 21st, this coming Thursday at 9 a.m. Pacific. Second of all, Chess.com is hiring. If you ever want to make chess your career, we're currently looking for a vice president of member experience, head of growth, senior coordinating producer, and many other roles. Head to chess.com/jobs for information and to apply today. And speaking of chess-related matters and interesting topics, the SIG question of the day is, what chess opening would best describe your professional skills? And Amaya, I've considered this question before. I think I went for the Rui Lopez because of the amount of different lines that mirrors all of the stuff that I do in sort of the chess world, but definitely something to chew on. And let's also chew on the Smarter Chess predictions as we head into the bullet portion of the Pragg versus Christopher Yu JSCC match. What do you make of this very bold prediction that Christopher is going to run the table here?
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how Pragg is gonna put up a fight in this portion of the match. I've yet to see. I have seen like a lot of good plays from Pragg in this match so far. I haven't seen his bullet skills yet, but so far I would say I'm impressed. I haven't seen big problems in time scrambles. I think he's able to catch up really quickly. So I'm not expecting a very big difference here when it comes to the score in the bullet portion, as Smarter Chess is suggesting. But yeah, we have to see how things go. But I'm looking forward to a really close one here.
Me too. And I have not played Bullet with either of them, I believe. I think I played with Pragg a couple times. But yeah, not with Christopher. So I'm really not familiar with their skill. I mean, obviously, you can see the ratings. They're both very competent Bullet players, but speed, accuracy, and openings are going to be very, very important. Here we go. Seatbelts fastened. Christopher has the white pieces, and he's got a 1-point deficit to make up.
Absolutely, yeah. We're in a very solid opening so far. The knight moved all the way back to f1 to e3, and we have the same position again. Where which one do you move to d5?
yeah. Knight on c3, knight on d5. Well, your problem might be solved for you if you trade on b6. But for the moment, Christopher, I like Christopher's position here. In Bullet, one often underestimated concept, you want to get positions where your plans are simple, right? Here, White's got the very easy plan of pushing the f-pawn. For Black, it's not so easy to choose a course of action. So I think Christopher's a little bit better here.
Yeah, I agree with you. White's plan is very straightforward. You have a nice queen on d5 now, putting pressure on pawn d6 as well as b7, and that's why Pragg is offering the queen trade. Now, is Christopher going to accept this trade? He goes back to b3, makes a lot of sense, but now Pragg is pushing back with b5.
And c4, very alert response by Chris, preventing further progress of Black's pawns. And the thing is, in the event of a trade, White has another simple plan to attack d6. So Pragg, he is not opening the d file. Okay, now he is. But Christopher couldn't have taken to the pawn there because e4 was hanging. I keep specifically misdrawing errors as a knight move for some reason.
I have the same. It's yeah, it can go really wrong. But yeah, we got what you're saying. The rook is all the way to f4 now. Could this be a danger? Okay, f6 is a really nice counter move because rook g4 could have been a little bit annoying. But yeah, I don't really see a nice attack here.
He's way too slow. Way too slow. He's done 20 seconds. Pragg is a fine position here, and he's playing very well, but I'm worried about the clock here. Less than 20 seconds. Christopher taking his time. Does he take c5? Pragg is also aiming at the a3 pawn, so rook f8 might be a problem.
Absolutely, yeah. We see queen check on the board now. Now the position looks very simple, so less chances for both players to blunder. However, I've seen crazier things happen.
I would play this with Pragg. I think the e4 pawn being weak. Okay, never mind. And it's a draw by agreement.
Oh, wow. You don't see it in bullets. You don't see that often, draw by agreement.
Yeah, very like polite, like just chill moment in a time scramble. Okay, this line. Yeah. This is Black's best line. Christopher has this prepared. Ooh, and I'm worried here for Pragg because this line is really, really sharp.
Yeah, like what's happening? The bishop on the diagonal?
E3.
Oh, I think c3, there's probably knight g4.
That's a nasty move. Now, I would just take the rook on f8, but then that diagonal, that knight on d4 hanging, that looks really, really scary in a bullet game, even though the eval bar doesn't seem too concerned. Maybe just go c3.
Yeah, it looks like a solid move.
Cover the diagonal. Good move by Pragg. Christopher continues the initiative with knight g4. He's playing this really well.
Yeah, rook f3 was almost forced. Yeah, maybe we're going to see e4 now? Oh, 93. Never mind. No e4 for you.
Yeah, exactly. Whoa. Now rook f2, threatening b7. Careful. He takes the bishop. No, but practically speaking, Black has phenomenal compensation for the exchange. But White is pretty solid here. Everything is defended for the time being.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about the bishop pair being very powerful. Bishop e3 is a very dangerous move. The rook has very little space on the f-file. The knight is retreating to c2. Wow.
Yeah, a little bit passive. I think what the eval bar doesn't like is the fact that Black gets the rook into the game and
yeah.
Right. Exactly.
You do not want to go through that.
No. Lots of weak squares. But Christopher spending valuable time trying to figure out a way to chisel his way into, bishop h3 is also threatened. It's so hard to keep track of everything. Christopher's in control
crazy.
here. Oh, but Pragg, look at that. Knight coming to f6. He's not, he's going to die standing, or maybe not die at all. He's got the knight pinned. All of a sudden, it's turning around.
Wow, knight c5?
And knight, amazing, even better. Or knight f2, same idea.
More safe.
No, he's just winning. Turn this around in 1 second. And Christopher forgot about the pin.
Yeah, bishop f5, e4. So there's no way you can defend that knight. Oh, goes rook d1 even.
Also good.
Now the bishop takes c3, you take on d3 with the rook, and
and you win the second bishop too.
Yeah.
Now the simplest would be rook takes the. Christopher's still trying to complicate the game. He's got the rook pin. Pragg can't relax yet.
Ooh, it's such a tense position. You only have 10 seconds left. You gotta figure out really quickly what you need to do here.
I would play queen e2, queen e, but bishop g4, queen e8 check. Okay, Christopher bars the queen from entering. But now knight can move. Knight can move. Yep, now it's good.
Yeah, now it's safe.
Queen
e2. A check, and what is the follow-up? Knight d5, really strong move.
Christopher's holding on. He's not letting Pragg checkmate him, and he keeps making threats.
Yeah, it's really impressive.
3 seconds, but king h6.
Imagine being a rook up because you just where's the win?
Where's the win? Christopher's so stubborn. Rook d5 is a great move. And knight h5 now, king h6 again. Another repetition.
You can even take on f5, but there's maybe a bit too much.
Yeah, I think Pragg is thinking about that. Rook e2. I would trade rooks. Rook e1.
Okay, there we go. That's a very wise decision.
As long as there's a light squared bishop, there are chances. That's a check. Pragg coming back 96, 94. Yeah, this is looking like it's over.
Yeah, it should be.
Although Pragg is struggling a little bit to just put that final finishing touch on the game. Knight coming around to d4.
The clock, though, it's crazy.
And that's it. That's a queen trade, and now it's official. Another win for Pragg. He strikes first, and it's a 2-point lead.
Okay, the first win in the bullet portion of the match is really impressive by Pragg.
Very, and to survive such a position, I mean, it looked like Christopher was coming at him from all sides. Pragg remained cold-blooded. It found several incredible defensive resources. Big, big win. And we have a Queen's Indian that looks like a King's Indian.
Yeah, we see Harry moving up again all the way to h5. But
yeah, Harry is feeling aggressive.
Yeah, definitely today. But yeah, with g5 now on the board, your attack is kind of dying down, and you may consider moving your knight to h2 to g4, but it's a little slow and it's not going to do much. But instead, what is happening on the queen side?
And black is taking a2, white is taking c7, black is taking... Don't take b2 because knight takes e8 attacks the queen. You have to move the rook to c8, but then d takes it. Oh, he blundered it!
He blundered
the rook!
There's no way!
It's a full rook! Okay, I guess he wins the knight back, so it's not totally over, but he completely forgot the queen is hanging.
Yes, insane.
So he grabs his head there, but he shouldn't resign. It's going to be an exchange, but Christopher, he has to win this one. He has to win this one.
Yeah, this is a very crucial point. Obviously, we have a lot of bullet games, but e5, wow, what a move.
Just blasting everything over. D and knight takes g5, and there goes Gary.
Yeah,
where's the win?
I'm guessing. Well, knight takes g5, bishop takes g2, queen h7. I don't know. Maybe it's a bit too much.
It's almost, and the trap that you can fall into is taking too long trying to find the win rather than just kind of playing a practical move.
Yeah,
a practical move.
Bishop this
C3
is
maybe.
Oh, okay, that's a nice counter move. Okay, not over yet. So,
Harry's gone.
You think Gary's gonna push soon?
Somehow Pragg is creating chances. And queen takes d7, queen takes e2, counterattacks the knight.
Okay.
Whoa, Christopher's losing his grip on the position. But there might still be mate. Like if you get the king to h7, you can actually take the black bishop and then try to go for mate with your bishop.
Right, it's very dangerous. Ooh, okay.
Christopher's Okay, bishop takes e4 is coming, and I think it'll be mate.
Yeah, the king is tucked in the corner, so now queen h7 is a big threat, and you can't defend it. You
No,
can give
king
a check,
g8,
but...
bishop g6.
Wow.
Or
Okay.
this, and bishop g6.
Okay,
He's-
same idea.
He's primo bishop g6, I'm sure. Pragg is milking the clock. But he's 20 minutes left. An eternity, obviously.
Exactly. Okay, we're moving on to the next game with 1d4. So many different openings today. It's crazy.
Yeah, I feel like every single game is a different opening.
we
E4,
haven't really
D4,
had real
C4.
gambits, I think. Are we still? Do you think we're gonna see some gambits today? Especially in the bullet portion.
I would certainly not complain. I'll put it that way. And I kind of a gambit here. I mean, a Catalan where black has kept the extra pawn. So the famous Catalan gambit.
Yeah, really impressive to see the double pawns on the A file as well. You don't see that often on white's side.
Right. I mean, if defending juicer b5 and rotate pawn d5. Wait, d5? I really dislike this opening. No, Pragg, d5, come on.
D5 was really like just asking for it to be played.
They're playing
There goes
like
Harry.
old men in the park, but Pragg, now he's playing like a junior. H4, H5 again.
And I think Gary's gonna follow up.
And Andrew. Andrew says, I want in. And Frank's joining too. Like, Eric, your days are numbered.
Oh gosh.
Whoa!
Bishop
Speaking of
takes
gambits,
H6.
look at that. And I love that move. From a practical perspective, and you'll co-sign this. This is like exactly how you play bullet.
Yes, this is definitely posing so many problems for black. And I
There goes
don't
Eric.
like black's position here at all. But what do you do here for the white pieces?
Well,
Your
you
queen
don't
is
take
of course.
f7. You don't take f7 because then black has 2 pieces work. I think you need to play the calm queen e5 and just go for the long-term attack. No, you're not going to make it mate in the next 5 moves. But wait, why allow the knight trade? Why give up the knight?
Maybe he's still thinking there's some he takes f5 ideas.
I think that's exactly what he's thinking. Yeah, queen f7, he takes f5, and then he wants f6. Oh, so maybe move the king.
Probably a good idea.
God, this is such a tense game. Christopher down to 17 seconds. He takes f5 though,
Takes
and
F5.
f6. Oh, bishop a8, and then knight a8. Ugh.
Where is rook d5? Maybe it's a
Great
bit too
move
slow.
too. No, I think rook e5 is a great move because that pushes the knight away, and then Harry could continue pushing forward. Pragg trying to find the knockout though. Okay, he plays h6 immediately, but now rook e7. He should have taken the rook first. Now
He
Christopher is
doesn't want to take the
consolidating.
exchange.
Rook e5 trying to open the d file, but I don't see any follow-up if Christopher just takes g4.
Yeah, it seems like Christopher is consolidating.
Threatening rook d8, great move by Pragg, but he's got
Ooh.
8 seconds. Anything can happen here, literally.
Yeah, especially with the time situation. Bishop c6, what a move.
Both says
Destroying
gambit
the
might
pawn
happen.
structure.
Christopher down to 4
Okay, good
seconds.
move.
Rook d8 almost works as Pragg just takes him on bishop d3.
Ooh.
Fork! Oh, don't miss the fork. 95.
Oh, queen the queen first not good enough. You just take on d3.
Yeah, now black is consolidated, but white's got a lot of pawns. White does have a lot of pawns. If you can win c3, white's in the game. Rook c1, rook d3.
Oh my goodness,
Okay.
it's crazy.
What a game. Queen takes h6.
C3 hanging?
Christopher. Uh-oh, but now black king is in trouble again, although it's surrounded by pieces.
Ooh.
Knight c4 maybe? And
Not
knight e5.
so
Here comes the other
fast.
knight. Unbelievable. Trade? No? Okay, queen f.
Look at the time. 2 seconds.
1 second. Queen f2.
Oh,
Now it's winning. Now it's
this
winning.
should be winning.
Here comes the king, though. King h5. Can you track it down?
Where's the
Where
mate?
is the mate? Pragg is queen d8, queen d8. The queen is hanging. The rook is hanging.
Oh, the rook was hanging, and yeah, this should be over.
Pragg is still trying. Queen d4 was mate. Queen h3 is mate, and rook f5.
Beautiful, beautiful ending.
Amazing. How cold-blooded Christopher was there. How did he keep his composure with his king stuck on g8? Pragg did everything right, but sloppy moves and the time pressure cost him the game. And the match, ladies and gentlemen, is tied with 16 minutes left.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. And we're in for another new opening. C4 in this position.
Yeah, that's a French way of playing the Alapin. It's almost like he knows there's a French player in the commentary booth.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It feels like we're going through the entire opening and encyclopedia.
Uh-oh. No. This is bad. This is really, really bad for Pragg. I think bishop h6 is crushing.
Ouch.
No, bishop h6. Come on. And rook e3, rook g3.
Thinking about... He didn't play it.
But I mean, okay, but you're not 70 years old. Okay, take h6 and go attack.
Yeah, he didn't dare to do it. I wonder what stopped him. Maybe he was scared of like bishop f5 being defending enough.
Of course, I'm half joking. This is still overwhelming as the knight comes to f3. He takes the positional approach. Look at how amazing his pieces are. And it's so much easier to sacrifice other people's pieces and say that he should do it. But when you're the one sitting deciding on it, it's not that simple. Even here, bishop h6 is a huge threat. Oh, but he's allowed counterplay.
d4 though.
He should have taken with the knight.
Yeah. Yeah, now the d5 square is accessible to either the bishop or the knight. So black has definitely some counterplay here.
Very much so. Now the queen is active. Bishop takes h6 has lost its luster with more minor pieces to go on from the north. Christopher low on time. This is turned around quite a bit.
Yeah, no more bishop takes h6. Maybe you can still go for it. I mean, with the rook in the attack, not so clear.
I think people in the chat misinterpreted my statement. That I meant you were French.
Oh no, I'm not French, but I do play the French.
Right, I would never accuse you of being French.
In baguette.
S'il vous plaît. I think Pragg is very much in control now. The rook on e4 is stuck. 2 seconds for Christopher.
Oh, he's so low on time. I didn't even realize. He spent so much time.
And then he's got 2 seconds. He was trying to find the knockout on the king side. Bishop g4 wins the queen. Oh, but then e6.
What is happening? The rook is also attacking the queen. What?
Okay, but Christopher's lost a pawn. He's lost his entire kingside initiative. Pragg is just much better now. B5. No, this is not good.
C1
Harry.
though.
It's been a while. Oh,
and the pawn drops, and yeah.
Immediately. And you got the same position now without the H pawn, and Christopher just resigns. Good decision.
Wow. And Pragg is leading again on the scoreboard.
That was a really painful game. Christopher had an overwhelming position out of the opening, just didn't find the right chance to take on h6. I think that was the culprit. And we have another peaceful English, another different opening. It's a different first move in every game.
Yeah, I also noticed that. We haven't seen like any a3 or h4 moves, but as a first move, but that'll be kind of wild.
This is so tense.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a pretty positional position.
Yeah, I'm thinking though, what's the trade-off of those dark squared bishops?
Pragg had to go knight a4 in this previous position. He just fell asleep here because now a4 is unstoppable and white's pawn chain is about to get demolished.
Yeah, this is looking really dangerous for white. Yeah, it's almost like you struggle to move your pieces on the queen side now.
Very much so. He blundered the knight. Oh my god, he blundered the knight. What was h4? Oh my god.
Oh gosh.
Pragg grabs his head. Okay, and Christopher can't believe it either. He's like, what am I missing?
Wow,
oh, that was
completely missed that.
And Pragg misses the chance there. If he had won that game, Christopher would have been in big trouble. But Christopher, you keeping his composure. Great game. And the match is tied again.
Yeah, it's those tiny little things that Pragg is missing. He's making some blunders left and right, whether that's in time trouble or early on in the game. So he really needs to fix those problems and just keep on playing clean chess.
I think
really
where it comes from,
control.
I think Pragg needs to play 1e4. I feel like he's such a great tactical player. These knight f3 things in Blitz, maybe it works. In Bullet, he's not quite as fluent in those ideas as he is in e4 openings. That's what I think he should do. Again, h4. Both players. I mean,
honestly, I'm a bit worried. Like h5, knight g5, maybe I followed up.
Yeah. h5, h6 even, provoking weaknesses on the king side, and then maybe e5 and knight e4.
Yeah.
In fact, I think that's exactly what he's going to do.
Oof.
There he goes.
Knight e4, wow.
Yay. Knight f5, good move by Pragg, getting his knight back into the game.
Knight takes c5?
Wait, 95? And 95 bishop b7?
Yeah.
No, that was not their move. 95 might have actually won material.
Yeah, it looked very promising. Now, yeah, the knight is attacking g3, so to defend that.
But White's king is now super weak, and the black knight is going to d4, and the bishops are traded. White's king is going to end up in huge trouble.
Yeah, and with the knight gone from f3, you might also consider playing the queen g5. The queen will be able to enter the attack. And yeah, I really like black's position here.
As reflected by Christopher's time usage, c3 covering the d4 square. I was going to propose that move. I think this is White's best chance to go g4 and prevent knight d4.
Would you say c4 would be a good move to consider here? Oh, well, there he goes.
Wow. Profit.
Thank you, Pragg.
No, but b4, and then I still think the problem is how do you prevent g4? The knight will have to drop back to h6. I would consider moving the queen to open up the e7 square for the knight, but he goes to h6 immediately. White has a great bishop on b2.
Yeah, you want to put some piece on d3, like preferably the knight, but the knight can't really access that square just yet. So he's trying to find a way to get there, like maybe through g4.
Oh, what you wouldn't give to get a knight to d3. That would just win the game on the spot. Both pieces activating their heavy pieces. Both players activating their heavy pieces.
Both players now into time trouble.
Knight takes e5.
Yeah, it's just the free. Oh, well, not so fast. If rook takes, you lose material.
Oh, so yeah, now White has two bishops for the rook.
Yeah, it's not too bad. But you have a lot of pawns to take care of now. But the bishop on b2, though.
All right. I would even trade. I would trade, but now, you know what worries me is the b5 pawn. I feel like that pawn could be really weak if the queens are off the board.
True.
Queens
You're just offering the queens.
No, you. This is a hilarious repetition. This would be very funny if it's a draw.
Yeah, how do you avoid it? I mean,
I would take it.
Choice.
I would not. Okay, but Pragg is playing for the win.
Okay, there's allows black to do something, but I'm not sure how to involve the rook in this game. Like rook d8, I guess, but you also have problems yourself, like the Pragg rank.
Yeah, I know the eval bar is showing an edge for black, but I don't like the decision to not repeat. I think Christopher actually goes for it. Oh, queen b1. Queen a1. No, queen a1. No, why did he play queen a2? Now is there bishop c1 for black?
Lost on time.
Bishop c1, queen c2, and he could have won the bishop after all.
Yeah, it's the same idea indeed. But wow.
Oh my God, what a game.
What a turn of events there in the game.
And now Christopher's kicking himself for not taking the draw. He literally could have repeated 3 times, got over ambitious. Pragg back on top by a point. Here we go.
It was in his hands.
Oh my goodness.
What is 94?
8 minutes left in the match. 94. And a big trade. DE bishop a3. There's e4. Okay, so queen e7 though. Christopher should prevent bishop a3, which is now a threat. He missed it. Bishop a3 wins the exchange.
We talked about this earlier in the match. This is it can be really easily missed. And
no, but
it's a play.
NMI, you're talking about this. Pragg, you've got to see bishop a3. That is a beginner move. You just got to see it.
Ouch.
He's still slightly better, but you can't leave points on the table like that against someone like Christopher.
Yeah, that was a very, very crucial point. And it could have decided the match already at this point.
With 7:30 left, 7:20 now. But Pragg is still better. He's playing amazing. It's just that, you know, these tactics, that's what decides the match. But why is he better? Because the e5 pawn is weak and White's bishops are better. But I think Christopher should be able to hold this. At least. Yeah,
I think so too. I would say, I mean, because of the time control, on one hand, anything can happen. But on the other hand, it's hard to win very positionally and in a fashionable way. But queen b1 though, it's putting pressure on bishop and the pawn. And it's
knight d4 looked really good there as well. Knight d4, putting the knight in between the two bishops and setting up
really
discovered checks.
Move.
This is going downhill fast for Pragg.
Ooh.
Bishop b. No, this is losing. EF.
He takes f4. Yeah.
Knight just dropping back to e6 wins the white bishop. Don't go knight f3. Because then queen takes f3, but knight e6 is the devastating threat. Yeah,
I think knight e6 is the move he missed. Very easy to miss, thinking that the bishop is not defended. Able to, but knight e6 is saving the day.
And it wins the game, and you know what that means? 6 minutes to go. The match is tied. Here we go.
It's
getting crazier and crazier.
We're back to the Alapin again. And okay, we're in the main line here.
Again, this knight a3 business with knight c4.
Right,
It hasn't
C4,
given
right.
white a lot so far, but no, white is better. These pawns again are really weak, so Christopher just has to improve on his play.
Right. Yeah, and once again, the queen and the bishop lining up towards the king over there. Not really dangerous just yet, but could potentially be a long-term problem for white.
I think the last game Christopher lost by allowing like knight g4 at some point, but here I like what he's doing. He's going knight g4 early and trying to win the pawn before black has had a chance to castle. Ooh, this is getting dangerous.
Yeah. Okay,
What's the
castle
follow-up?
should be possible. Yeah, I don't see a follow-up here for white. Queen a4, nice move attacking the bishop.
You could even castle though. It's queen a, there's bishop h2, but that would involve giving up the b4 pawn.
Oh, he goes for it.
Queen takes b4. That's a free pawn. Last time I checked.
Yeah, it is. At the same time, there's a double pawn going to be on the b file, so it's not as strong as you want it to be, but
they are passed. They are passed.
they
and
are
in bullet,
passed,
they're very hard to
definitely.
deal with.
Yeah, for sure.
No. White is better. White is definitely much better.
Yeah, like the pair of bishops, like the black bishops, that is, they're doing a great job there, but at the same time, what are they doing? Like, they're really nicely placed, but they're not doing much else. So that's kind of a bit sad for black.
Without the queen, the bishops are basically futile. There's no chance for a kingside attack.
Exactly.
Knight f6, supporting knight e4. Pragg trying to stabilize the position, but in the long run, I'd be really worried about the prospect of something like b5 and knight c6. Ooh, threatening bishop takes d4. So he is trying to employ the bishops.
Right, knight b3, very solid move. Are we worried about a move like bishop takes e3, weakening the pawn?
Bishop f6. Bishop f6 wins the bishop, wins the knight.
Free piece. The knight is pinned to e4.
And Pragg with the tactics. It's the tactics that are bringing him down, and now he's down a point with 350.
Oh, that is so unfortunate for Pragg. He has been doing so well, but it's those little tactics that he's missing, tactics that he shouldn't be missing. But so does Christopher.
Yeah, this is essentially a must-win. Pragg cannot lose this game. A draw would keep him in the match, but you cannot go down by 2. Let's see. No, but he's got a good position out of the opening. I would even maybe take the bishop and consider going for a quick f4. He goes for the positional approach.
Yeah, I like those knights in the center. You can follow it up with f4, f5. A lot of potential here for white, definitely.
Oof, Christopher gotten himself into a tough position, and he's down on the clock. I think that's one of the deciding factors in a lot of these bullet games. Who can get to that 20-second time advantage out of the opening? And here it's definitely Pragg.
Yeah. And the bishop goes to h3, trying to survive. But would you even consider playing f5 here?
Very much so,
just to cut out that queen.
I agree. Knight. Also, the other knight could come to d5. Now you solve the problem. Oh, but he moved.
No! I didn't mean f5 like that.
Unbelievable. Pragg has to resign now because he needs to resign this very second, because every second that's coming off the clock, oh my God, he is not doing the right thing. He has to resign now. There's 2:30 left in the match. If he plays even for 30 more seconds, Christopher can stall it out. Pragg does not realize that he's down a rook. What is he doing?
He continues.
He has to have awareness of the match clock. You got to check it.
Oh yeah, there's no way. There's no way he could come back from this.
No, 2:10 left in the match. His chances of recovering in this game are so much lower than his chances of winning 2 in a row. No, Pragg is just really upset, and this is interfering with his objective decision making.
Absolutely, yeah, and yeah, this is just devastating. He has been doing so well up to this point, and what an unfortunate way to go down. But yeah, he put up a great fight, definitely.
And with 1:45 now left in the match, Pragg has frittered away 45 critical seconds. Now he's got to win the next game in 30 seconds. It's not possible. There's a 1 second increment. Now he finally resigns. 1:35 left in the match. Now remember, if a game starts with any amount of time left on the match clock, then it counts. But Christopher's going to stall this one out.
Yeah, it's very simple. 1.5 minute left. It's very easy to stall it out. Even if Pragg decides to play very, very quickly, it's impossible.
And Christopher already, look at what he's doing. He's playing instantly. He's getting himself to a minute. And that's it. The moment the match clock hits a lower number than what he has on the clock, he can sit it. And he might not even lose the game. He's just better.
Yeah. Yeah, he really showed his skills in the bullet portion of the match, that's for sure.
And what an incredible match. And Pragg the tactics killed him. The tactics in the bullet, the 1-2 movers. Christopher was just a lot more alert.
Absolutely. And even in this position, Christopher is doing amazing, taking that pawn on a7, now has a big advantage on the queen side. And yeah, something crazy must happen for him to lose here.
Yeah, he's got a blunder. I mean, rook c6. Even rook c6 wouldn't actually threaten mate.
Yeah.
I would play rook takes b3 and try to like rely on a pre-move or something. It's over.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, this is
That's
over. Pragg is still trying, but those pawns on the queen side are just monsters.
They are indeed. And I just think Pragg forgot to check the match clock, because sometimes this 30 minutes, it goes by so quickly, you just can't believe there's no time left on the clock. And it's official. Christopher's going to win this game, and he's going to win the match by 3, which does not represent, obviously, how close this was.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Pragg put such a great fight there. It is really sad to see him go down in this way, but we do not take away credits from Christopher. He played such an amazing match, and the score is 16.5 to 13.5.
Chris played a fantastic match. He was just more composed in the end, and that little edge in the bullet, that's what won him in the match. And it seems that every JSCC match, it's so close, and it comes down to just these really, really small factors. Who can be a little calmer? Who has the slightly better opening preparation? Who can spot more short tactics? And in this case, it was Christopher Yu who wins the match. And Amaya, another incredible JSCC match. This delivered on all of its promises.
Absolutely, Danya. We had such a great time. It was so exciting. I sincerely think Pragg put a great fight there, but at the end, Christopher took home the win. Both players showed a great fight, but Chris showed what he's capable of in that bullet portion.
And don't go anywhere, because we will have the winner, Christopher Yu, in for a short interview. But first, we'll go on a short break just to set him up. So don't leave just yet. We'll have our concluding thoughts and an interview with Christopher. You're watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. Interview with the victor and concluding thoughts on the other side of this break.
Classified trading is a game really that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.
back to the Junior Speed Chess Championship brought to you by SIG. We are joined by the winner of today's incredibly tense and exciting match, International Master, I am in name only, but soon to be Grandmaster, Christopher Yu. Christopher, thank you for joining us for a quick interview. First off, could you give us your overall thoughts on the match? And more specifically, were you surprised that that Pragg didn't resign that penultimate game after dropping a rook?
Yeah, I'm very happy to win, obviously. I'm not sure I expected it against such a prestigious player like Pragg. Actually, winning is a very nice feeling. It's such a tense match. There are a lot of moments that could have gone either way, so I'll take that I got a bit lucky, but
Anna, go ahead.
Feels very good.
Yeah, first of all, congratulations, Christopher. You played a fantastic match. We were noticing at the start of the match that you both were playing really well with the black pieces. What was the opening prep for you like? Were you really well prepared in the openings? How was the preparation for you like?
Yeah, well, I sort of saw that Pragg pretty much plays everything, so I also just tried to play everything. So he wouldn't get comfortable.
Well,
yeah, absolutely.
Was the strategy successful, do you think? Or if you had that match over again, would you sort of play the same thing again? And you obviously will have another match coming up. If we take a look at the bracket here, Christopher, you are playing, let's see, you're playing the winner of Aroniak against Nihal. Oh, so pretty weak player if he wins the match. So what are your thoughts on that upcoming match?
Definitely Nihal is the favorite. So it would definitely be a surprise if the upset happens, but you never know.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, we're really happy for you. I'm sure you have a lot of emotions after such a exhausting and long match. We saw a lot of great fights happening over here. So yeah, I really want to congratulate you, Christopher. You did an amazing job, and I wish you a lot of good luck in your next match.
Thank you.
It'll be a tough one, but you played great. Congratulations, Christopher. We'll let you rest.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye.
All right. I feel like the emotions, Anamaya, as we look at the bracket, still running high. It's hard to just introspect right after a match like this. So
absolutely, it's the adrenaline. There was so much going on, and right after such an exhausting bullet match of 30 minutes, just bullet games all the way. So I can definitely understand.
Yeah, and adrenaline every single game, back and forth. And speaking of adrenaline, you don't have to wait long to experience more of that, because tomorrow early morning we have another match, and we have the JSCC repeat champion Nihal Sarin in his first challenge against Aroniak Ghosh, who played a phenomenal qualifier to very deservedly make it in the JSCC. Again, don't be fooled by the fact that he's an IM. Aroniak has shown that he can compete and cross swords with the best of them. That is coming your way tomorrow. That's Tuesday at 6 a.m. Pacific, bright and early, 15 CEST, and 9 a.m. Eastern. And Amaya will be bringing that match together once again. It's going to be awesome. I mean, I can't wait to watch Nihal.
Absolutely. It's definitely a very exciting match to look forward to. We'll be back tomorrow with the same team. So really looking forward to that match. Yeah, I had a really great time today, Danya. Thank you so much for being such a great co-commentator. And yeah, thank you so much to everyone in the chat as well for being awesome. I'm sure you had also a great time as much as we had. So yeah, thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Anamaya. It was a pleasure covering with you. I can't wait for tomorrow's match. And like you said, we want to thank everybody in the Twitch and the YouTube chat for supporting your favorite player. And of course, to our producer, Matt, for another flawless broadcast. And now for our entire team at chess.com and everybody in the chat, Daniel Narditsky and Anamaya Kazarian saying goodbye from the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG.
See you tomorrow.